Okay, so are we ready to start with the day? I guess we are. We already went a bit over time, and this is my only responsibility here to check the time. So sorry for that, but I'm Ralf-Martin. I'm founding director of Finnish Center for Smart Cities and also assistant professor of Smart City Studies. And this year I'm also Global Digital Governance Fellow at Stanford University. And this event actually started in a way that I was far away in California, and somebody asked me via Teams chat that hey, are you willing to moderate one seminar? So I wasn't part of organizational team and so on. And as a researcher, like moderating a seminar usually is that it's a one hour or 2 hours event and then something like 10, 20 people. And then I said, okay, yeah, sure, I'm happy to do it. And then a couple of days ago, I understood that, okay, it's more like a conference and full day as well. So meaning that I'm really in the similar situation as you, that came here, that I came to enjoy the event. But I'm just helping a bit to moderate as well. And I need your help in terms of making this event as fun and interesting as possible from your end as well. And that being said is that the event is actually put together by our team, chaired by Kalle and also with Anne and Reilly. So the credit actually goes to them. But as said, welcome to here, both in person and also online. And our rules are that we want to make it as open, collaborative as possible. Meaning that please do help me in asking questions via Slido. Or if you're here in person, after every presentation, we have some time for that as well. And for speakers, this is also that feel free to make it briefer. Don't feel obliged that you need to speak that much. If you speak too long, then we need to step in, or I need to step in somehow. Sorry for that. But if you are a bit ahead of the schedule, when we can have more discussion as well. So feel free to enjoy that moment as well. And also for audience, don't feel obliged to sit all the time. So if you want to take some water, coffee, walk around, just stand up, please feel free. And then we have actually put quite many networking pauses as well. And the aim there is that please say hi to all your friends and colleagues you know, but please also be very open to having new contacts with people you don't know, because this is the biggest value what we can have with that kind of event. And the Slido is quite simple. So if you go to the browser and type in Slido and then put Smart City there, you can automatically ask questions, comments, and so on. And the main goal of this event as well is to introduce our piloting program. So that has been hosted by the Finnish Center for Smart Cities. And we are somewhere in between of this experimental approach that when we started the Finnish Center, we were given quite substantial amount of seed funding from European Commission and Estonian government. And then we decided strategically, joint with our founding partners and financiers, that we don't invest into one physical lab as such, but our lab is the local governments, so to say. So we have this concept of open living lab, and that says that at this time we have several pilots going around several cities in Estonia. And we will go more in depth into each pilot that we have been starting. And in addition to that, as we are in the halfway of our piloting program, we have another 8+ million euros to invest into the new pilots to be started from next year. And this is also something that for the very first time publicly And also, even for a very first time, informally, we are sharing the new program with you. So please bear and stay with us. But now I would like to give the floor to Renno Veinthal from Ministry of Education and Research, who is the main financer of this piloting program as such. So Renno, floor is yours. Thank you so much for coming here.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for this warm intro and welcome to everybody here in this seminar room and also for the welcome to those who are watching us through who are online. But now, well, I feel very much privileged to welcome you on this event and. It's because of at least for two reasons. The first is that the Finance Center was established in Thalfeldt, and it was the first teaming grant for Estonia. And it has been very unique experiment for the researchers, I guess, but as well also to the administrators, leaders, on all levels, I believe also for the Estonia and for European Commission as well. But it has served really well as a front runner, as an example, and I'm very happy I'm very happy that many other excellent researchers in Estonia have followed the example, and by the beginning of this year, in January, Estonia won 2 other grants in teaming. Just to mention that these are Team Permed, which is going to form a scalable framework for translating genomic and electronic health data into personalized medicine tools, and the other is DigiAudit, that will combine synthetic biology with digital technologies to facilitate big data-driven design of cells for the bioindustry. And both are boosting the R&D for new businesses. So the finance has served as an example for other groups in Estonia to build effective and sustainable collaboration with their peers. And I believe there are more teaming grants to come for Estonia in the future. There are at least 2 rounds coming, but I guess as this widening instrument is considered very successful in some form, I believe it's going to continue also in the future. But it is a great test for all of us, starting from researchers, for the administrators, for leaders, for organizations. And although it is referred often as an EU project, as Ralf-Martin rightfully pointed out, it's also the very much the national project, or even though we are using the regional funding for our contribution as a state, we can call it as extended national money and or extended national funding. So it is very relevant for Estonian government as well, that we would eventually consider this I wouldn't call it project, but as a well, what else can I call it? Anyway, that we would see this as a successful thing with a actual impact on people's lives. And from the perspective now, we should also add to this perspective the perspective of the cities, because it's very much about the cities, about the abilities or capacities the municipalities need to develop. And my strong belief is that we have somehow underexploited the R&D potential. That now I'm referring to the R&D and innovation strategy of Estonia, which puts very much emphasis on knowledge transfer. Very often this knowledge transfer is considered as something which happens between the academia and business. But I believe that the local municipalities, cities, big cities, smaller municipalities have all a word to say in this, and it is in our best interest that we would develop the R&D absorption capacity in the municipalities as well. And it's because of the problems and also the risks which are emerging can be mitigated or controlled somehow only if there is enough capacity, R&D capacity and understanding, specific expertise, or at least ability to go for this expertise if that is needed. And of course, there are very, very different risks which these days the municipalities have to be able to deal with, starting from economical and social and political risks, but then again also technological risks, or sometimes even ethical in their nature. And I won't go into detail in trying to describe these risks. I'm very much confident that many of you know much more about this than I do. But I would just express the hope that the Smart Cities Demo Day and the whole project, the finest project, is relevant in this perspective, and is going to help to understand and to solve some of these challenges. Now, but there are many different definitions on what is a smart city. Well, as this is the opening, I need to go or come back to the definition, and let me just read it out loud for you. A smart city goes beyond the use of digital technologies for better resource use and less emissions. It means smarter urban transport networks, upgraded water supply, waste disposal facilities, more efficient ways to light and heat buildings. But it also means more interactive and responsive city administration, safer public space, and meeting the needs of aging population. It's one way to describe what is smart city. And now giving more focus on today's event, I'm just very curious to learn how the Estonian municipalities with different capacities, with different characteristics, are able to make use of all this good research which has been done. I would like to thank very much the academic colleagues, researchers on both sides of the Finnish Gulf who have contributed a lot, but for the success. And also many thanks to the municipalities for their initiative and not just initiative, but actually for persistence to stick with the researchers, because from my own background I know that sometimes it's not that simple at all. Now once again, Many thanks to Tallinn, Tartu, Narva, Võru, Lääne-Harju, and Rae. I believe that is the list of the municipalities and cities who participated in this pilot round. And I would like to hope that it has created more trust between the partners, more trust between communities. Knowing what's going on in the wider geopolitical perspective, I believe the connections between on different levels between individuals, institutions, municipalities, and between countries sharing the same values is extremely important, and trust is the foundation of all of that. And I believe that in the future we should try to build our collaboration not only on projects, but they should be more. There should be a more sustainable, more like a program-based collaboration mode. But again, the trust is prerequisite for that. And I know that. Or actually, Ralf-Martin Soe already mentioned that there are more pilots to come in the future, that others will follow the successful experience these pilots are presenting. And from the perspective of the Ministry of Education and Research, I would just like to express I have done it before, but again, I very much hope that Finest as a center will become sustainable, will become an integral part of Thaltech, or it is an integral part, but then it needs to be really integrated on all aspects, teaching, contributing into high-level teaching on all level, bachelor, master. As this is R&D project in this stage, then of course very much of the outcome is linked with the PhD studies, that we would improve the quality, attractiveness of the PhD studies. There is very strong hope that it is going to contribute to achieve the national goal. Yes, we do have a national goal on PhD, on PhDs. 15 years ago in Estonia, it was agreed that we should have at least 300 doctoral defenses annually. And unfortunately, I have to say, this is never achieved yet. But with a great contribution of Finest Center, I hope we are going to achieve this in the coming years. And so it's very much being integrated in the other processes of the university. Connect our researchers with their peers, not only in Finland but together also with the Finnish colleagues, being successful with in the winning the grants, but it's not money. Money is just a mean. So it's more of doing real things which actually matter to other people. So being connected with the peers on both sides of the Gulf, going beyond the academic collaboration, creating real impact for the municipalities, and being visible. Being visible means that people would know about what you are doing. And I would just like to wish you all sharp eyes and ears, open mind for today's presentations. And if we are able to take one or two good ideas with us from this event and somehow use these ideas in our daily business, then I believe we have succeeded. So thank you very much for the organizers, and wish you fruitful discussions and a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Renno stays here for a bit longer as well. So if you have any questions, comments, you can approach him directly or ask them in Slido as well. But I think we can continue now and go to as far as we can go with our program to Florida. So we have inspirational case from Jacksonville, represented by Rahul Razdan. And the floor is yours.
Oh,
so.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Can I go up here? Okay, so I will talk to the slides. Well, I'm very happy to be here. This is my second time in Estonia. The last time it was in the winter, so this is much better. And then I've been visiting Latvia and also Finland, and just all these topics of mostly autonomous vehicles. So today I'm going to talk about a little deep dive on Jacksonville, and hopefully this will be interesting to the audience. Let me just give a little introduction first to where I come from, Florida. So a little bit of background. So the size of the state in terms of the economy is about 1.3 trillion, excuse me, dollars GDP. It's about the size of Spain, 22 million residents. It's just became third past New York State. 300,000 people move into the state every year. So that creates an immense amount of stress on the physical infrastructure. Main industries, tourism, agriculture, real estate development, I'll talk about that a bit more, defense, medical electronics, and so on. Those numbers on the right are, if you see those percentages, this over here is Orlando area, expected to grow by almost 40% by 2030. This is the Tampa area. And so on. I wanted to give you some sense of that because that's the scale at which the state is growing, and that's the immense amount of stress that is placed on the transportation infrastructure and all sorts of other things. Maybe I should also point out the funding vehicles on the transportation side. So there's FDOT, which is the Florida Department of Transportation. That's the state entity that drives a lot of the mainline infrastructure. There's work done at the county level. These are all county breakdowns. And then of course at the city level, and then overseeing all of this is the federal level. Unlike, I think, many places, a huge amount of the innovation in the state and in the United States comes from the private side. So these are communities, Babcock Ranch, Lake Nona, Seaside, the villages. These are actually private entities that have built cities, basically. And so the villages, for example, is almost 100,000 people in the center, and all with typically a very unique model. One will focus on sustainability, another one will focus on golf communities, and so on. And then from a funding point of view for infrastructure, there are usage fees. A big one is the gas tax, which is under attack right now because of the at least as a funding source because of the electric cars, and then federal grants, which are coming from income tax. So just a background of the state itself, okay? Now, this is just a slide to get into AI and AV and so on. This is something that's attempting to show AI technology, its use models, and then where the spots are where people are starting to build interesting applications. And there's trade-off between safety considerations and then degrees of freedom. And I think most people are very familiar with things down here. ChatGPT, large language models are down here. Many interesting applications, but safety considerations are limited. And then you get into sort of immense amount of autonomy going into warehouses and e-commerce structure and also agriculture. And what I'll focus on today is this last mile transportation, which is where transit is actually starting to consume autonomy. The very right, the worst case, is the traditional passenger car market, where there's a lot of experimentation, a lot of money going in, but progress has been limited. Okay, this is all the CAV-related projects that are going on in the state of Florida. This represents billions of dollars of investment right here. And they're at various stages of implementation, and they typically have about 3 or 4 broad flows. So there's infrastructure-oriented projects, RSU focused, so roadside unit focused, and applications such as traffic management, safety, such as wrong way driving on highways, detection, intersection management. So these are all very, very active. Transit-oriented things, I'm going to talk about this one in much more detail today, but there are many. There's JTA, Orlando, Tampa, even Miami has AV-related transit capabilities coming online. Robo-taxi experiments, which are sort of waning right now in Miami, in the villages, and even air shuttles. So this region right here, from Miami up to Fort Lauderdale, is extremely dense. Over here is the Everglades, so there's very little opportunity to build in this corridor. So people are starting to now put in air taxis, and that's driving the need for regulation. So FAA and NASA are outlining right now air corridor air traffic management, automatic traffic management. So let's go up to now Jacksonville. So it's on the top right of the state. It's actually the largest city by land area in the United States. Not the largest city by population, obviously, but the population is about 1 million. The agency that we're going to talk about is JTA. That's basically the bus service. Okay, it services this whole region, and it's not just buses, but boats, metro. There's a port up here, the Jacksport. It's the primary connection point to the U.S. Caribbean territories through something called the Jones Act. And as an example, it's the lifeline to Puerto Rico. And there are several large Navy bases here, submarine bases, and so on. The project I'm going to talk about is something called the Ultimate Urban Circulator, and I'll explain this in more detail. But from a funding point of view, it's been funded by a federal grant, about $60 million. And it's I'll give the background to it, but JTA is the lead agency, and from the federal government point of view, it's a stalking horse to understand what the regulatory background should be for these public transportation AV shuttles. Okay, so this is downtown Jacksonville, and what you're looking at right now is the current infrastructure is this Skyway. So this was, by the way, the hot technology of 20 years ago. And what happened was that because of its expense, its reach was quite limited. And then over the years, many of the aspects have become obsolete. So maintaining it became increasingly difficult. So the city of Jacksonville, through the federal government, proposed this UUC project, which had 2 aspects. One was to take the existing shuttle, remove the interior, and put public transportation shuttles on the same physical infrastructure, but then also extend it out to the neighborhoods much further than using current public streets. So let me kind of keep going. So the current Skyway is just, kind of small, and they want to stretch it out into the neighborhoods. This is to provide access and interconnectivity. Right now, for example, this is where the Jacksonville Jaguars, a big NFL team, plays. It's not really connected to downtown. So the notion is, how do you interconnect all of this? And how do you do that with a autonomous shuttle capability? All right. So, well, let me kind of go back to here a little bit. So this is easier said than done, because for those of you that are familiar with autonomous technology, as you move from relatively isolated situation as the Skyway is to public streets where you have pedestrians, other players, things like that, the level of complexity rises enormously relative to the AV. And so this project, kind of was on the leading edge of many things. It still is, actually. So this is why is using AV or AI technology very difficult? If you think about sort of in your minds, traditional hardware, traditional software, and then AI components are really quite different than traditional software in the following ways. I won't go through all of this, but fundamentally, in conventional software, you have characteristics where you have a logical theory, it's analyzable, it has a causal relationship, it's deterministic, and you have somewhat a good notion of computational complexity. But none of that is actually true in the AI ML world. And this causes enormous problems from a validation and verification point of view. It's the core issue around many of the AI systems that you'll see. Now, this is, there's enormous power in these methods, but there's also how do you handle that power in the appropriate way? And for those of you who are interested, I write for Forbes, and I just wrote an article. I kind of compared this to the quantum physics of computer science. And what I mean by that is, you have relativistic theory, which is pretty predictable and deterministic, and you have quantum, which is probabilistic in nature. And anybody that's dealing with quantum physics knows it's probabilistic in nature and knows how to handle that. And this very much a very good analogy between the two. Okay, so the UC started, and if you can imagine, the JTA is like a transit agency, like most transit agencies. If you were to look inside and ask the question, what are the competencies in this agency? They have operations that run the buses and things like that. Generally speaking, there's not a huge R&D capability local, and then with a quantum jump in this era, in technology, you can imagine there are people that understand mechanical engineering, perhaps, transportation engineering, but there are not many people that understand AI, computer science, and these kinds of topics. So, which makes even procurement difficult. So, the traditional process for a public agency in the US is you sit there, you sort of put down your RFQ, you put it out, you hope the suppliers know what they're doing, you come back and you pick the right thing. But if you don't know even enough how to spec it, and you don't know how to evaluate the suppliers, it's quite problematic. And so one of the first things that the Jacksonville team did was realize that. And so they built internally, very unusually, by the way, their own R&D capability around autonomous vehicles. So they hired people from Amazon to do that, that were familiar with these topics. And the first thing they did was they built, this is actually, we have these things called park and ride centers, where on the exterior of a city, there are parking lots where people can drive in and then take public transportation in. They took one of these park and ride centers and turned it into a testing facility for autonomous vehicles and the shuttles. As you might imagine, as they tested, nearly all of the vendor solutions didn't work. So that created an enormous problem. And so one of the first things that they did was they put out this golden 20, which is, I would call them kind of brain dead tests. If you can't do this, you can't really do anything. But believe it or not, this was the first starting point of, at least show me you can do these things, these 20 physical tests, that to get to the next step of evaluation. This is where the we is, I'm at Florida PolyTechnic University, and we work on autonomous vehicle testing and validation and verification. So this is where we became involved. Oh, by the way, this is kind of Bay Street, which is one of the big corridors that I was referring to. All right, enough of that. And this is one of the shuttles, I think. It happens to be an Ollie. Yeah, this is them testing the facility. Okay, I'm just go through here. So we have started looking at this, and we very much view A/B testing, A/B validation verification as a completely unsolved problem. Okay, and because of that, we've had an ongoing collaboration. We have our own research, and we have an ongoing collaboration across a number of universities. So Florida PolyTechnic, Embry-Riddle, Berkeley, and then of course one of the big universities we collaborate with is Thalfeldt. And the reason we chose Thalfeldt is because with the shuttle program that was done here, it was built on open source software. And that was very important to us because we wanted a capability where the interior of the AV stack could be interrogated for validation purposes, right? So we have put together this PolyVerif project, open source, which consists of many things: course materials, various forms of testing, and so on. And there are journal articles that talk about this. This intersects with the Jacksonville work because they were our testing ground. So we built a digital twin of the Jacksonville routes using various techniques. We can take Google Earth. We actually, by the way, have done this for the Thalfeldt campus too, right? And drone footage, and built a digital twin that then within which we can do a lot of very interesting testing. Okay. The sort of things we look at, so as you might imagine, from the JTA team point of view, what are they interested in? Well, they're interested in how do I convince myself that I actually have a solution from a safety point of view that's viable. How do I convince myself of that? And how do I convince myself of that in the context of the sort of environmental conditions that I will see? And that in the Jacksonville area consists of things like, we have these bugs called, that get over on everything, on lights, and they will often block sensors. Rain, torrential rain, we don't have to worry about snow, at least. But so they were interested in that. And then they were also interestingly interested in, they have very little, physical testing is very expensive. So how do they optimize the actual physical testing that they're doing? So these are all, the sort of the things that they worked on within this environment. Breaking down a little bit further, how this system works. It's a virtual system which sort of breaks apart the autonomous vehicle stack into subcomponent verification. So detected and validation is trying to answer the question: do the sensors actually see the objects of interest? If the sensors don't see it, then you can't do anything. Perception validation is, having seen it, do they actually categorize the objects correctly? Because if you can't categorize the objects, you can't predict future behavior. Location validation. So it's very, very important to know where the autonomous vehicle is relative to the environment. And so GPS is not always accurate. In fact, it's often not accurate. And so how do you actually convince yourself of this? And then decision validation is, with this information, are you making appropriate choices? And then control flow is, a lot of this is in real time. You're following another car. So are the real-time systems working correctly? So the environment itself sort of works on this stuff. And I won't go too much in the details of this, but it generates reports that then can be used for these purposes. Yeah, okay. So that's sort of on the technology side. If we now get into the regulatory side, in the US, the regulatory backdrop to autonomous technology is you get a exception license from the federal government to do testing. And so of course they got that, but then you get into some very basic issues with these public transportation shuttles. The question is, what level of mechanical certification should be required for these shuttles? Because they're not quite passenger cars, but they're not quite transit, so there's something in the middle. So there's an open question there. How does the regulation for autonomy occur? This is still an unsettled issue right now. In the state of Florida, they enable testing through an insurance paradigm. So they don't actually certify. What they basically say is, well, we don't know how to certify. So what we're going to do is allow the insurance markets to determine whether you should, whether you're operating safely. So if you can get I believe it's $1 million of liability insurance, you can do testing. But is that a long-term solution? That's still an open question. Okay. Transit, if you're a transit operator, you buy a big expensive bus, $300,000, something like that. It's not untypical. You expect it to last a certain amount of time. These AV shuttles have let's say, much less lifetime. And so the question is, how do the economics of the AV shuttles work in that context? And then this had turned out to be a pretty big problem. So the federal funding required Buy America, but many of the vendors were not American. So it very much limited the scope of the vendors that could participate. Okay. Other challenges, so that the maintenance and support workforce for these shuttles is quite a bit different than the normal JTA buses. So there was a need to actually go to a local community college and build a program for this purpose. I should, by the way, say this is a broad problem in the U.S. Whether we're talking about railroads or the ITS infrastructure, things like that. The broad problem is that the existing workforce, especially in transportation, very much it has a mechanical and a transportation engineering focus. All the new technologies are electronics and computer science. And so that creates a massive gap in terms of knowledge required to operate in the job, right? And so anyways, so a number of companies, and then this is the local community college, built this solution. Okay. On the power side, if you're going to run a shuttle like this 24/7 or quite often, and you're using battery technology, sort of the whole management of power and charging becomes a pretty significant issue. And so, questions such as how do you recharge quickly, or should you use something like a hydrogen fuel cell, start opening up as potential solutions. Okay. And then this is just a summary of sort of our work. We had this environment that I discussed, and the various places that we built digital twins. We do a lot of work in terms of this engineer retraining. This is actually a book and a course that SAE built, that's then now rolled out to various state DOTs. And then we have a series of edge reports which talk about the edge issues in autonomous vehicles. All right, so I'm nearly finished. And I just noticed my name was everywhere in town, so so I thought I would take advantage, and this is meant to be a joke. I don't know if it works. So, that's all, yeah. Some questions?
So who wants to start with a question? So we should have microphone somewhere as well. Yeah. It is allowed. I know that we from Estonia especially, we're not used to asking questions, later chatting around, but it's allowed in this format. And you can comment as well, or just to open up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the interesting insight of what you're doing there on the other side of the globe.
Sure.
But yeah, what's your prediction? When can it really happen that we can see these on the streets really driving and people really using it? Is it 5 years, 10 years? What your experience
Well, I think
tells?
in these kinds of things, if I just, well, I was going to go back, but I think the way to think about autonomy and its rollout into society is it'll go from the most restricted to the least restricted in different paces. So in warehouses today, it's already being rolled out. So, you know, completely, and by the way, this is a non-trivial size market. You know, if you go into a Walmart warehouse or a Amazon warehouse, these are, I mean, massive entities. And then you get into sort of campus-like environments, airports, these kinds of things. Again, starting to roll out right now. I think the next will be these. This is a particularly challenging situation, but this will happen. I think I'll say the generic passenger car, there's a ways to go. And there's an open question on, from an economics point of view, how viable that really will be. I want to go back to when they were looking at this, I didn't mention this. So the economics of a transit is always an interesting question, because most of the time the fare does not cover the cost of operating the transit, right? And then depending on where you are, that percentage is changing quite significantly. I was talking to the folks at London. They have a requirement for almost 70% of the fare covering 70% of the operation cost. Here in Jacksonville, it's really something like 20%. They focus on access, and then they have a gas tax and other taxes that support the transit structure, right? I give that as background because these autonomous vehicles are much more expensive, right? So how do you justify it? And one of the things that they're looking at is using the autonomous sensory capability for, as an example, detecting maintenance issues or safety issues and things like that, and then folding that, making that part of the value statement. Any other questions? Yeah, here. Oh, they're coming.
Thank you. My name is Tõnu Pihelgas. I'm from Thalfeldt.
Yep.
I wanted to ask about this interesting way you have used insurance to cover possible difficulties while testing the cars. That I don't know whether we are also using the same logic, or is it like very much used everywhere?
I don't know if it's used everywhere. I can tell you I was part of the debates in the Florida legislature when they were talking about this, and here's how the debate tends to go. First of all, should we have FDOT, our agency, certified? And, kind of the conclusion is they don't have the capabilities, because really it's very difficult. Should we then stop people from doing it? Well, that's not really quite the right solution. So then people flipped it around and said, well, okay, why don't we let insurance assessments and liability drive this process? So they set a minimum, right? And this is where we've ended up. The level of testing is, other than Tesla rolling out the ADAS functionality very broadly, the level of testing beyond that is relatively limited, right? If you took Waymo and Cruise and you added all the rest up, ignore Tesla, right? It's a few thousand cars. In the scheme of the U.S. is probably 200 million cars running, so it's so tiny that it doesn't register yet. You had a question, I think.
Yeah, my name is Victoria, and I'm also from Thalfeldt. You probably know that Thalfeldt has also its own autonomous car pilot.
Yes.
And I assume that you're also familiar with that.
I'm very familiar with it,
yeah,
yes.
So could you maybe outline if there are any major differences between Jacksonville case and Thalfeldt case, and what are these differences? And generally speaking about autonomous vehicles, because there are many companies who are developing this technology, are there any major differences or directions of development in this technology?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this, I'll call it public transportation shuttle regime, let me put it this way. In general, if we look at transportation, we have the passenger car people, which have very large companies with massive budgets, expending huge amounts of energy in terms of AI development and testing, right? So that's up there. In the public transportation space, I'd call it, largely speaking, we have a market that's consisted of research institutions spin out. So somebody developed various people have developed a shuttle, generally lightly capitalized companies, some of them now going out of business. I think Navia is nearly out of business, and there are others. So that's that's a business comment, right? In relative to the technology comment, I think the biggest, most interesting thing about the Thalfeldt, and I would say the AVU tech spin out, is that it's based on an open source core, and that's interesting. I don't sense large variations in capability. I think they're similar in capability. And so I think, and my sense is, you have to figure out how to constrain your problem enough that they're useful, because there's not much, the band around which that they can operate from a complexity point of view is still limited. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Got a couple more. They're not Estonians, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my name is Liivar Luts from City of Tallinn.
Yeah.
About autonomous vehicles, I have one question regarding about the approach. So Norwegian, if I'm correct, it was in Oslo. There is a public transport operator, Ruter, who turned to us and said that there is no point to. No, I will say, try to be as simple as possible. So there is no point to make pop-up solutions, but we rather should involve as a consortium, I don't know, for example, 30 capital cities and regions, and address the challenge to automotive industry, or for example, the Waymo in States, just that they will develop the solution for us.
Okay.
Have you considered this as well? Just not to set up as an easy auto or some other solution, but rather than just try to have a big apple.
Well, so just two comments, right? So one is, I think the fundamental issue that Waymo or Cruise and other face is very much a core technological one. So, and it really comes down to what I said there. That chart I gave on AI characteristics, it's the underlying issue with how do you validate these systems, right? So that's kind of, I'll make that comment. So now you can address this by limiting the use model, right? So if you can limit the use model, you can get to a point of usefulness, and obviously the extreme of which is you have the road to yourself, right? The second thing is, you're asking the question, if you accumulate demand to a sufficient degree, might you get the attention of somebody like a Waymo? I tend to doubt it. I don't think there's that's enough scale for them. But I think that the way this is likely to go is the current solutions in limited form becoming useful. And it would not surprise me that AV frameworks then get get licensed down, as it were, into these solutions. But this is very much an open, you know, like all those solutions are proprietary at the moment right now, right? So we don't know what's in there, and the industry has a ways to go to get to a level of maturity where as an example, it's, in my view, it's very, very likely that validation and safety certification will involve getting into the interiors of these AV engines. And we're not there yet, right? So, anything, one more,
I think we can move on,
but
we will have networking, and we can, we can add questions to Slido as well, and stay later.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, as promised, we will walk into our pilots, and we will start with DigiAudit pilot. So thank you so much, Martin.
Sure, Ralf. How long networking break do you want to have?
I know that it was initially scheduled you and Kalle, so if we can use Kalle's part a bit for the networking, then we wouldn't mind, but take your time. Yeah.
So hello, my name is Martin Thalfeldt, and I'm a building service systems professor in Thalfeldt. So please raise your hand who works in an energy efficient building. 1, 2, 3. Who works in an energy wasting building? Who lives in a building with good indoor climate or indoor environment? Okay, more than energy efficient. Who works with poor indoor climate? Okay, 50-50. So, background. The building's energy use forms roughly 50% of total Estonian energy use, and if you put these numbers into money, then that's roughly 1 billion euros per year. And in Estonian scale, that's a large amount of money. Also, maybe some of you heard about this sundrenoveerimine or forced renovation in the media some time ago. So it's quite certain that in EU level, it will be tracked what's the actual energy performance of all buildings, including existing buildings. So the details will be agreed, but we can be quite sure that it comes. Then this renovation obligation comes from the European Energy Performance of Building Directive, EPBD, and what most people do not know, that it also includes the obligation to set indoor climate standards and also to start monitoring, continuous monitoring of indoor climate parameters in buildings. Also, there are different frameworks for sustainability, like levels, ESG, environmental, social, and governance framework. So it's quite clear that regarding this environmental, energy is important, but also as indoor climate affects the satisfaction rate and productivity of people, then this also is linked to this S and G part. There are like cities typically, or local municipalities typically own quite large amount of buildings. And in practice, it's not so easy to understand what's the actual performance of buildings. So you might have these energy performance certificates with these labels, but what's the actual status? So that's not so easy to understand. I will show afterwards why. And also, during the last year and a half, the main question is how to assure that energy is not wasted and how to optimize energy use, and ideally without compromising indoor climate. So our main goal of this DigiAudit project was to automate building management or building energy management. And here I have listed like some potential uses, and some of them we have also realized. So in addition to calculating these energy performance certificates, these automated analysis can also be done to do some simple energy audits, to provide real-time overview of the energy use and indoor climate to the building owner, building manager, maybe even users. then these energy prices are really fluctuating a lot within days recently. So this automated management can be also used to map the potential of shifting energy use, for example, to the prices with negative electricity prices. Then also to provide some alarms, notifications, and what is also important to the building owner, if something is done, some energy saving measure is implemented, then it's very important to also understand what was the actual impact. And then finally, to get the overview. So our project was quite interdisciplinary. We had 4 partners in addition to Finest Center, 3 departments, or researchers from 3 departments in Thalfeldt, and in addition, the real estate department. Then there was also City of Tartu and City of Tallinn. And we had case study buildings from all these 3 partners, so university campus buildings, but also mostly schools and kindergartens from the local municipalities, and you see some pictures here. And what's the base solution? So the result of this automated analysis is basically we provide real-time the energy use of the buildings. EPC's energy performance certificate is calculated month by month. Then also the energy cost, the energy carbon footprint, also important for the ESG reports, and then also benchmarking against similar buildings. So you know what is your rank regarding energy performance of your school, for example, compared to all schools in Estonia. And it's quite simple and fast because we get the data from the energy companies or the energy companies basically, so Elering, Utilitas, so those of you who are not from Estonia, basically all buildings in Estonia connected to electricity grid or gas grid have smart meters. And if the building owner gives the permit to access the data, then we can gather it to our platform live and also get the historical data. Then we need the weather data because there's no point of analyzing the heating energy use during the summer, or we have to use that. And then also we have the building registry. So for all buildings in this platform, you can get quite a lot of data, but what we need is the building type and the building heated area. And with this data, without going to the building, we can provide more or less all these simple automated analysis. So energy performance certificates. Here's like an overview of Thalfeldt buildings based on measured energy use. And you see that large part of these letters represent energy performance classes, and it's quite red, orange, yellow, and quite a little green. So in the top, you see 2 A-class buildings. And I believe it's quite well represents the Estonian or the European building stock. So we have 2 A-class buildings. And here are the photos of them. What do you think, which one is actually an A-class building? First one, from the bottom. So this is the quite new lab building of our department, and I believe it is actually a nearly zero energy building or A-class building, though there is still some room for improvement. And the top one is a building that is not in use anymore because it's not located in the campus. But if you look at the energy use only, then it's, well, A-class building. So a little bit about benchmarking. I talked about the building registry, and there are roughly 30,000 buildings with a valid energy performance certificate, and this data can be retrieved automatically from the system. And the distribution of kindergartens is somewhere here, and on the right you see the almost final version of how the DigiAudit platform provides information about the energy performance certificate and the energy use of this building. And if we take the data from one individual building, place it somewhere here, then we know how many percent of similar buildings have better energy performance, how many worse. So you have roughly an idea how is your building compared to other similar buildings. We also have an advanced solution, and it provides more data. I will bring some examples how it can be used, but it also requires sub-energy meters. For example, you measure the use of radiator heating and domestic hot water separately. And also indoor environment sensors. And the rest is the same, but what we can do on the right, marked with the yellow, we get more detailed analysis of the energy use. The energy performance certificate is more accurate, represents the building better, and we can also calculate the indoor climate classes or indoor environment classes based on air temperature, so thermal comfort, and carbon dioxide level in rooms, so indoor air quality. But that requires some extra work. So this base solution can be realized without going to the building. This requires either going to the building or integrating our platform with building automation system, which then gets much more difficult. So more detailed energy analysis and more accurate energy performance class. What does that mean? I again bring an example from Thalfeldt campus. So this is the School of Economics and Social Sciences building. It was designed in 2007, built in 2009, when no real energy performance requirements had been implemented in Estonia yet. And here you see the energy performance scale of buildings of similar type. And we have to compare the height of this stacked chart to the scale. And we see that it's a G-class building. So those of you from Thalfeldt, they know that this building has quite a large canteen. It also has the university IT department, and there's also a garage to the driveway to the garage that was heated or defrosted with electricity until they started talking about the energy prices every evening in the news. And the energy use of these systems is marked differently in this chart. And what's special about these systems, they do not give an indication how energy efficient the building itself is. They just indicate how the building is used. And the Estonian energy performance assessment framework allows to subtract the energy use of those systems if they have been measured. And if we now look at the energy performance here, then it's already F class, so one class better. So all new buildings, they need to be here. And now if we add those same systems on top here, then we see that if all these systems were in operation in a A-class building, and then the total, without any analysis, the total energy performance class would be actually D. And that's can be perceived as a very big problem. So the construction company promised class A, then you look at your energy bills, do some calculations, class D. So what's the problem? And it might be the quality of the building, but it also might be something else. So also, as I mentioned, the advanced solution allows indoor climate analysis. Also, as I mentioned, it's based on room temperature and CO2 level. You see some graphs here. These are from the user interface, and if these values, I think here it is some 3-4 weeks. Yeah, 4 weeks. If those graphs have a green background, then it's excellent, first-class indoor climate. If they are in the yellow or in the darker green, then it's second class, still good, goal achieved. But if they start going to the orange or red areas, then you already see that there might be a problem. What we also saw is that pre-processing of raw data is very, very important, and we also have to assess the occupied hours. So why? Some real measured data from building automation system in a school. These are the values recorded. All of a sudden, boom, they drop down and measurement continues. So this is basically auto calibration of a sensor. Another example. Measured CO2 values from a school. I don't know if you remember, but during COVID times, it was recommended that if the CO2 level in a classroom exceeds 800, you should open the windows for airing. If it goes above 1000, then you should stop the class and do something else. And the outdoor level is around 400. And what we see here, the sensor never showed value below 800. And if you do not, and it's an obviously wrong value, problem with data accuracy. So all these aspects need to be taken into account. And these aren't some rare examples. And we have implemented and are still doing research how to post-process this raw data for meaningful analysis. Then what we have also implemented, assessing occupied hours based on CO2 level. So when CO2 level, we exhale CO2 like 5%. And if it's increasing, that means somebody's in the room. If it's decreasing rapidly, that means that the room is vacant. And in that case, there are no dissatisfied people in the room who are dissatisfied with indoor climate. So we need to analyze these periods. And what's the impact? Here on the right, you basically see from one school, based on measured CO2 data, the share of rooms that got either indoor climate class 1, 2, or 3, depending on the boundary conditions used. So if we do not take into account occupied hours, 99% of the rooms are excellent. If we somehow take into account the occupancy, then the share of rooms in second class deviates around 10%, fluctuates around 10%, and then some are in class 3, but still very good situation. And then finally, if we do it dynamically, then it also affects. We can also just do it based on some predefined schedule. And what's the result? On building level, if we take into account occupied hours, then the indoor climate class assessment becomes from 1 excellent to 2 good. So what we have realized, in the beginning I showed basically some ideas we had in the project proposal, but we have a functioning platform. It's integrated with external databases, so energy companies, and also with case study building automation systems. We have an internal database where all the data is gathered. We have implemented algorithms to analyze the data, and we also have the user interface to present the data to the end user. And DigiAudit is maintained, and was actually, the platform was developed, and it will be or is commercialized by project partner Thinnect OÜ. His contact, Jürgo, is sitting back there, but his contact will be also in the final slide. So if anybody wants to start using, then he's the guy to talk to, the guy in the white shirt in the back. So I believe there are also some, Kalle will announce the new round of project call later, and I believe there will probably some are listening who are also will be proposing some kind of project. So lessons learned. I think it's actually quite obvious to all of you, but things take longer to realize than expected. But I personally, and we all are very eager to experience the real functioning of the platform with real paying customers. 3 things we are happy about. Real potential for commercialization. There are companies interested. It was quite good timing in terms of market needs. So this energy crisis, things going on about with the European directives, and also ESG becoming more and more important. And it's always very interesting to participate in interdisciplinary projects. So it really amplifies personal development. But it's also very, very challenging. So things take time, especially if you are developing some platform. I believe the future projects, there is high chance that you will be developing a platform. And one thing, bring more effort, or make a real big effort to bring everyone to the same page in the beginning of the project. Now I think that we should have done some indoor climate and energy performance courses within the project, not just some presentations in Teams meetings. It's not enough. So yeah, maybe that's the key takeaway. And I think we are short in time, so there are continuation plans. There is one Horizon 2020 project, and this, since data-driven analysis of whatever is a very big topic nowadays, we have data now. So it's very easy to utilize this in different projects, and we are also moving more and more to the not just AI, but XAI, so explainable artificial intelligence. But thank you, and my contacts are in the slides.
Thank you so much, and we can take some questions. You can ask. Okay, we have.
Thank you. Siret Talve, Scientific Advisor at Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications. For me, it is always very surprising if somebody says that there is a carbon footprint involved, and then it is fast and simple. So probably the carbon footprint is not about the building, it is only the energy use. Mm-hmm. Is it? Yes. And I think that it should be very clearly then kind of expressed.
Okay, thank you for the comment. But yes, indeed, because the buildings energy performance framework is to assess the buildings. But I believe all this ESG sustainability is not just about energy, it's much more wider. It's about how your organization, how people behave, etc. And in that case, the measured energy use is the way to go. Although it's always good to understand if your building is energy efficient or if it's operated in energy wasting way.
So one more question from my side as well. So this is very promising, and thank you so much. Just looking from what you presented is that is clearly a way to cheat the system in a way that if you wanted to become to make your house you're living in or office in a better class, when the best way is to move out during the winter period, and then you will get it to the better class. And the challenge there is that this stays static like that, because once you get it to the better class, you will get a better financing conditions. You probably have a better value for that house. But the challenge there is that, and then you are not that much motivated to kind of like, have very many electric chargers or like electric vehicle, for example, at house as well. And do you see the potential on the bigger kind of societal domain with DigiAudit to challenge it, meaning that it is possible to kind of give real-time energy class in a way that stays as it is as well.
Well, definitely, since we have the databases available in Estonia, we can do it in, for example, building registry level each month. So this existing 30,000 energy performance certificates covers maybe 10% of the buildings that should have energy performance certificate. But in Estonia, we can automate it. There is also one data protection issue. We shouldn't do it to single family, or at least we can do it to the single family houses, but not present it to everyone, because then interested parties can learn which buildings are in use and which are not. I think.
One here. I'm Henry from the Finnish Center. Just maybe a question about the commercialization part. Can you describe your perfect customer today? Who are you looking for?
Perfect customer. It's a real estate owner who, for whom this sustainability and energy performance and hydroclimate is an important issue, and really to solve that has hired an HVAC engineer, to heating, ventilation, air conditioning engineer, to achieve these goals, and then who really understands the fundamentals of what we are showing in the platform.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Just wondering, with your energy audit tool, do you have anything in the toolbox that looks at embodied carbon in buildings?
Not really, because we focus on the existing buildings that are already there. But I believe there is something in the next presentation.
And with that, we are moving on. Sorry, we are a bit under time pressure, but we are moving on to the next presentation. And thank you so much, Martin. So very importantly, all the pilots we do together with cities. Cities are hands-on involved, and this is also the case with the next pilot, RESTO, represented here by Einari Kisel and Vene, both one from university and another from the city of Võru. So we are going to the south of Estonia, and we are also welcoming the delegation coming from Finland and from Mexico, joining us with one of the first ferries. So welcome.
And everybody's standing. There are still places. You don't need to stand in picture. For some reason, those prefer to stand.
So please, Einari.
Okay, good morning. Let's go to the stage. Right. So we were talking about previously about the way how to measure the state of the building, but I would maybe start with the same way as Martin started, that to ask from the audience that please raise your hand, these people who live in an inefficient house.
How do you know that?
Well, okay, this is already a question that would go there. But do you know how to renovate your house in a way that it can become efficient? Please raise your hand. Who knows that? Well, good. Okay, but many people, I would say, don't know exactly how to renovate the house in a way that it would come actually, for example, A-class building. And from this perspective, the renovation strategy tool is one of the solutions that would provide some of the responses to that. So I would skip maybe this part and ask and go actually for the background already that a few years ago, Thalfeldt made an exploration for the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications about its issue itself, that how much buildings we have to renovate in Estonia in order to get by 2050 to the level that we all have efficient buildings. And here is the outcome of that. Well, basically you have to increase the current investment volumes by at least 3 times in order to get to the level. Say in some cases you have to increase the investment volumes like 10 times, even to 20 times. Say if you take it realistically, financial aspects, financial risks, especially with the apartment and single buildings, they're just enormous. You just cannot get these people in all of the single family houses to invest into these buildings. Also, what we see is that the operators or the building companies, the project say operators, they are not actually willing to invest one building in a time. Well, they would like to rather see that, well, let's build some new building, or let's say take 10 or 20 buildings in a row and then renovate them all in once. But in practice, such things just don't happen. And we also see that current legal framework, technologies, and the processes are actually not very well fit for this purpose, to have such kind of volume of the investment to be run about. Well, the European Commission has come up with the kind of visionary solution for that, the local authorities who today basically just give a stamp for the renovation projects, they should actually become the orchestra conductors to lead the whole process. And from this perspective, well, you would imagine that the role and the purpose of the local municipality should change quite a lot. From the other hand, say the question that if we would have such kind of system that the local municipalities would lead this and support the renovations of the building owners, how they should actually do that? What kind of information they would need? And here I would like to give the floor to Diana to discuss it. What are these aspects that what the municipality should have?
Good morning all. And what the city needs such a task. City needs dedicated experts, information about the area, about energy efficiency level, about buildings, carbon footprint, restrictions about buildings, about heritage, about flooding areas. City it needed buildings lifetime extension possibilities. Also, it's very important to need this information about fundings and information about impacts, renovation of buildings, optimal renovation measures to be taken, like insulation, heating system, PV panels, renovation impact to the neighborhood, district heating, electricity networks. You need to prioritize buildings what need to be renovated, investment volumes, payback times. You need estimated reduction of carbon footprint. Most of all, you need readiness of building owners to invest such kind of tool.
Right, so there is plenty of information that actually is required, and it's not easy to put it all into one slide, to say. Well, what we have done then within this RESTO project, we have created a tool that would actually support the municipalities in this endeavor. Firstly, what we did there is that we gather all the available data about this area that we would like to renovate. We were looking at the city districts level renovations. So to have like 10, 20, 30, say different buildings to be renovated all at once. And we have quite a lot of information actually available in public databases. We can get the data from the building registry. We did also data about the geometry of these buildings from the land board's digital twin. We get also the energy consumption data from the electricity and district heating companies and gas companies. We can also, what we also had is the database of reference buildings. Let's say very many buildings in Estonia are quite similar. Say especially apartment buildings, and you can in many cases use the knowledge from the previous renovations in order to define what is the status of the building and what can be done with that. And then we also have a very good partner, Re-Explorer, who has provided us with the data about the PV potential of the roofs. Say looking at the roof area that is available there, also the orientation of the building, and the ways how we can measure and assess how much PV potential there is on the roofs. Then, second part of the model, we can define what we would like to achieve in this area. Whether we would have the possibility that all of the buildings would be in the A energy efficiency class, or in many cases, for example, in the areas where you have heritage buildings, you cannot actually build them to the level where they could get to the A class of the energy efficiency. So it would mean that we have to whether improve even more some of the other buildings in order to get an average to the level of A or B class. So you can define basically there that whether you would like to have all the buildings in same level or in the average of the buildings should be in some level. And then it gets exciting. What we do there then is we analyze more than 10,000 different options about the renovation options of the building, of every building there. To see what is the economically most feasible solution for these buildings and the whole area of the buildings as well. So to figure out what are the measures that have to be taken by all of these in all of these buildings in order to get most efficiently, economically to the energy efficiency levels that you are looking for. And then once you have this information, you can integrate it with all of the other planning tools of the municipality, having it with, for example, with the say electricity networks integration, with the district heating networks, with the roads development, and so on in this area. So the RESTO pilot project was run as a test, as actually is running at the moment as well, in one of the areas in Võru. Say it's the very central part of Võru, where you have different apartment buildings, you have the individual buildings, you have office buildings, and so on. And also there are some heritage buildings in this area as well, where you have to take into account the, say, specific restrictions on the renovation. So on the practical part, we at first explored the information that is available in different databases. Then we described all the potential measures that can be taken for renovation of the buildings. We also built then the sample model in Excel. And then we developed the model itself, where all of these calculations for all the houses should come together and provide the economical solution there. And finally, we are working on also on the business model, how to actually commercialize it better to the cities in a way that it would make sense to all of them. We also do some smaller area testing in Tartu and Tallinn and in Kalle. And then we also, in addition to all of this, renovation of the district, renovation plan for the district level, we had the project that would support the ideas that how actually to renovate the heritage buildings, which have some very specific restrictions. And Võru is a very interesting case in this respect, that there is a special area that would cover that. So this is how today this tool looks like. You can basically define there the buildings that you are looking for, then say that, well, this is the area that I'm looking for, and then create the report that basically the model derives the data from different databases, calculates the best solutions for the buildings, and provides then the list of different measures that have to be applied in this area, how much insulation is required there, how much you have to change the windows, the heating systems, roof insulation, how much PV panels you have to apply there, and also the investment volume that is associated with all of these changes. You can also then see the expected energy consumption and energy saved. Let's say basically what we do there is the estimated energy certificate level already preliminarily. And here we also look at the CO2 savings based on the life cycle assessment as well. Life cycle efficiency. Life cycle emissions assessment. Looking at also the impacts of the production, for example, of these insulation materials, the windows renovation, and also all these additional CO2 emissions that are associated with the renovation itself. And of course, we'll look at the returns on investment, that how much would it, how long there will be a payback time and so on, and also provide some indications on the potential financing of the financing part of the information. So at the moment, we have limited the number of buildings that will be assessed by the model to 50, but say if you have more time, then of course you can go say more than that also. Well, in today's calculations, it takes about 20 seconds per house to calculate all of the solutions there. And then we have the special project.
Firstly, I'm going to speak a little about Võru. Võru is a small town in South Estonia, approximately 14 square kilometers and 12,000 inhabitants. We are small, but we have huge heart, and we are challenging, decreasing, aging. People are moving out from the city center. We are challenging heritage area renovation, and Võru town government is focusing in heritage area, decreasing CO2 emission, and with this RESTO project, we also got this sample building renovation project, which is being prepared to achieve the highest energy efficiency class without compromising the building exterior appearance. And we organized a competition for Võru town heritage area building owners. We got 15 applications, and we, with collaboration with academic and Smart Finest, we chose one apartment building with 12 apartments in heritage area, which is in our main street, Friedrich Renno Street. So this project is being prepared, and hopefully it's ready for Monday. And this project will be used as reference the other building owners in the heritage area who is going to renovate, so they can use this material for their projects.
Right. So it looks pretty good. Of course, the investment that has to be done there is quite enormous, but I'd say we also know the levels and layers how we can achieve such kind of result in the end of the day. So if we would look back a bit on the experience from the project, well, I have to admit at first that we are still on the project. It's almost one month to go, and we are not finalized yet with all of the activities there. But if I look at the experiences that we have received, well, Martin also mentioned that there is a lot of, say, such a need for bringing together different, say, institutes, different researchers, different people to understand the issues. And I think that one of the experiences is that, well, if you have been already in some of such kind of collaboration projects, then actually this is a very big plus, that you know that there is a need to talk to with the people. You know how to manage the finances. You have to be regularly engaged. We have structured in our work in a way that at least weekly we have a meeting of the project, and plus the discussions on the smaller groups and so on and so forth, on the dedicated workshops. Well, second point is that, well, we need actually a very, say, such active engagement from the cities. And with a sample of Võru, actually, smaller cities can oftentimes be even say, better partners than the big cities. That there is less bureaucracy, less people to be convinced on the topics, and say the things just go smoother in many cases. So, for you.
Also, it's possibility for cities officials to think outside the box, and I think the collaboration with academic and professionals from to small town, it's really important, and it raised awareness and new knowledge and know-how thinking in cities about energy efficiency.
Yeah, well, on the issue side that we have seen is that, well, the biggest issue that we have faced is that the data in different databases is not very accurate. Well, especially in building registry, that you cannot rely too much on the information there, but you have to check it, say, basically in all cases as well. Also, the data access, for example, to energy data, from the perspective that if the municipalities would have to lead the renovation wave, then they would actually need to get also access to the energy data. But before the previous consent from the building owners, they cannot access that. So this is part of the problem that we have to rethink also in the legal terms, that how we can make it a better access to this data, which is not so sensitive in practice, but could be actually a big value also for the house owners if the municipalities would have this information. Well, the second point, basically what we have seen is that, well, the financing of such renovations, especially in small cities outside of Tallinn, Tartu, Pärnu, this is very challenging, especially with the heritage buildings that usually require even higher investment levels per square meter. So this is something that maybe also the policymakers have to take into account, that when designing the new measures. So there are already some measures that, for example, the higher share of the grants that can be provided by credits, but as we have seen in our case, it's these limits that are provided there are even not enough in our cases.
I think that the big issue is people are not believing in energy efficiency investments. They are afraid of changes. They are quite afraid.
Yeah, let's say to convince the house owners that it would be better, they would be better off if they would invest in energy efficiency. This is big work, and actually Diana has done magnificent work in this sense to go and convince these people that they have to change something in their buildings. Well, if I would see it from a perspective that somebody from the house, for example, in an apartment house, would start to convince in this situation, probably it would not work. But yes, it's a very different, challenging plan. So from this perspective, we have also some continuation plans with this project. What we have seen is that, well, it might also make sense if we would develop such kind of tool also for the house owners themselves. That each house owner could also get the, so to say, investment strategy for its renovation. So we are starting to build up now the kind of one-stop shop for the house owners, where they can get in to get the best solution, but also to get, for example, contacts with the planners, with the builders, with loan providers, and so on. So also the municipalities themselves, for example, to coordinate and get approvals for the renovation process. Then, if this is done by the end of this year, then we can also look at the ways how we can introduce such kind of solutions in other countries. Looking at the renovation volumes that are required in the whole European Union, this is quite a big market to be looked at. If we can introduce such kind of model that would help people to figure out what is the best renovation strategy for their house, then this is something that provides certainly a value for them. At the same time, we have to work quite a lot with the different state institutions to improve the data in the different databases. Of course, one way is also to ask from the house owners themselves that what is the status of the house and where you would like to go. But in practice, it would make much sense also that the municipalities and the government think once more through how to structure all this data in, for example, in building registry. And that's what we are offering now with the RESTO. Basically, we are ready to create such optimized renovation investment strategies for cities. Basically, it's like an overall energy audit of the whole area for city districts in Estonia, and maybe outside of Estonia in 2024, 2025, and to support the energy and climate action plans that the municipalities are going to run. So it requires a lot of cities' collaboration to clean the energy data and also the building register data, and to retrieve also the energy data from the different databases. And we are ready to do that. So thank you for that.
Thank
So
you.
before we leave, are there any questions?
A lot.
Yeah, we should start with Victoria, as we interrupted her for the last session.
Yeah, thank you, Einari. To build with the previous question about the embodied energy, does your tool also include the estimation of embodied energy of potential renovation?
Yes.
And this cost-benefit analysis, does it make sense to renovate, taking into account the lifespan of the building? Because
yes.
sometimes...
Yes, exactly. This is what we are trying to do that. Well, include also the impacts of the, for example, the building materials, carbon footprint itself, the windows production footprint itself. So to integrate all of this, for that we have also included one of the best the life cycle assessment people in Estonia to do that part of the model.
Then a bit provocative question: did you get the result that no, this building it doesn't make sense to renovate it?
Well, if you look at it, in some cases you can get the result that the investment pays back in 50 years. Well, probably then you would need to consider that you would say have to have some other solutions there. But well, one part that is missing there is that we don't look at the technical status of the building. For that we have to already go into the project planning phase. So we cannot see from the public databases whether the roof is leaking or not. So this is something that we have to anyhow do in this next stage before you go to the renovation itself. Yeah.
I didn't introduce myself the last time, sorry. Ronan Hearn, Dunleary Rathdown, Smart Dublin. We have a project in Dublin, a European project, Pro Bono, which is around green building neighbourhoods. So a lot of what you're talking about in this presentation and the last presentation, getting baselines and audits, is really interesting to us. And there's a huge heritage aspect of what we're doing as well. But my question is around the use of energy performance contracts in public buildings. A lot of public buildings seem to be going in the direction of having an audit done by external consultants and then offering the building up for an energy performance contract, and then trying to measure the payback and figure out how best to do that. So I'm wondering, our building similarly is looking at that. So I'm wondering about the role of energy audits and how that hands over to a kind of an implementation phase that involves an energy performance contract. And specifically for our local authority, how much should we invest in creating an audit with a view to perhaps, getting better value for the organization on an EPC? Or should we stand back off entirely and allow the contractor to do the audit and figure out the payback? It's a technical question. Thank you. If you could.
Well, you're in the right track. Well, let's say we cannot provide all the information about the renovation there. So say if you would, we will provide you the overall say, assessment there at first, but in order to get into details, you have to go into planning phase anyhow. And then actually the EPC, the contractors on the project development, then they will already look in the deeper way how to say what kind of investments have to be done there. So this is a kind of tool that helps them to start to move, provide also the basic information, but in order to make the final investment decisions, you have to go deeper.
Okay, so thank you so much. I think we can conclude it for now. Thank you, Diana and Einari. And and we can have a short break. So we will come back 11:10, 12 minutes, both online and then here. So we will come back 11:10. Hey, I don't know. Hi, I don't know how I can. Welcome. Yeah. to the conference mode. We will have a longer break in 1 hour from now, so we will have a networking lunch break. Very sorry for jumping into the discussions, but you can continue that just after those 2 sessions. And I think okay, and then please ideally be seated in a way that somebody can sit next to you. That we have pretty much full house as it seems, although not everybody at the moment is inside. But I think we can start. So thank you so much for coming back. And now we are introducing you the microgrid pilot, and we will travel to Tartu and a bit to Paldiski as well. And the floor is yours, Tarmo Korõtko and Jaanus Tamm. And everybody else then please start. You cannot listen to me as a moderator, but please pay attention to Tarmo and Jaanus. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Jaanus. Awesome. It's a pleasure to welcome you here on site and also online. My name is Tarmo Korõtko. I'm a senior researcher at Thalfeldt, and next to me is Jaanus Tamm,
project manager from Tartu City government.
Yes, and we are presenting to you the pilot project, which is titled Reducing Energy Supply Requirements Using Microgrids and Energy Storage. And first, we are going to start with building a bit of context and how to do it better than having a city official describe the ESG related goals of their municipality.
Yep. So I will give you some background, and then Tarmo will later introduce the technical side more. And as a whole Europe, Tartu City also is moving to climate neutrality. Our core aim is to achieve neutrality at latest by 2050. But the city is also part of a European mission of 100 climate neutral cities. So it seems that we need to revise our targets, and we will do it in coming months and years. So coming to emissions in Tartu, we see that most of emissions are coming from electricity. This is a blue one. Part, and from transport, this is the orange part, and other layers are quite small ones. It means that when we want to achieve our targets, we need to pay most attention on these 2 areas, and thanks to microgrid project, we can develop one solution which will be, in my opinion, quite beneficial in terms of energy use, and then also in terms of mobility, because in this project we have connected these 2 parts. And Tartu have also climate and energy action plan, and according to this plan, our city is smartly developing community with good energy and green pioneer. So I think this fits very well to project targets as well. So our intention is among achieving our climate goals, also to pilot different things and to find appropriate solutions for energy use, for reduction of energy use, for sustainable mobility, and so on. So, and our main goals as a whole city is as told, to achieve climate neutrality. and reduce our carbon footprint, of course, and the main focus point is electricity energy, and to greening our energy, and also to produce as much as possible locally this energy. And as a municipality, we have also some sub-goals. We want to be 100% neutral, climate neutral in terms of energy use, of course, and also to green fully our mobility in the city, and I'm happy to say that at least our public transport is already today 100% climate neutral, but our most biggest concern is private transport and city sprawl, and this is what we are dealing in this project as well. And maybe Tarmo will continue here.
Yes, thank you, Jaanus. So now that we have a bit of an overview of, as an example of one municipality, what is important for the municipality in terms of ESG goals, I summarized some important notions that are due in the near future, which will have a significant impact in reaching those goals. First of all, from 2035, the EU has stated that the only zero carbon vehicles shall be sold in the EU. So this poses a significant increase of EVs on the cities of European cities, which also elevates the demand for public EV charging. Another aspect is that from 2028, all new buildings in the EU shall have integrated PV panels, and this will apply to also completely renovated buildings after 2032. Additionally, the EU has set out to achieve by the year 2030 that it will have a share of 40% or more of renewables in its total energy consumption, which is roughly a twofold increase from the numbers of 2020. So this points out that the challenges that we are facing in the coming decades in terms of electricity are substantial. These matters are mainly dealt by grid operators and energy companies, but they have a direct and significant impact to the municipalities as well. So the question comes, how and what can municipalities do to make the situation as beneficial for them as possible? How to support in reaching these goals? So from our perspective, we see municipalities as the pioneers of implementing novel technologies, technologies that are meant to be scaled throughout the city by private sector companies, citizens, and citizen groups, so that the action, the proactivity will not be only from the national companies or grid companies, but can also be leveraged by private capital. And within our pilot project, this is like the core motivation that drove us to initiate the microgrids projects, where we see the municipalities as role models. Role models in terms of piloting novel, promising technological solutions that provide a reference, a local reference that can be used by SMEs and citizen community groups as a sort of verification point, which increases the likelihood for them to replicate and scale the solution throughout the city. And this is the core motivation of the microgrids pilot project. Within our project, we generalized the problem as insufficient electricity infrastructure and too carbon-intensive electricity production. We aim to solve this through the increased consumption of energy, which is produced locally from renewable sources, and also to increase the use of already existing energy infrastructure. The concept of how to establish this solution is to promote the uptake of electrical microgrids by simplifying their formation and increasing their economic performance through the use of standardized hardware and open and flexible software to establish them. Now, in case you are not at par with the electric power system terminology, a microgrid is a local, which means it's geographically and logically distinguishable electric power system that incorporates a dedicated control system, so a control system mainly designed for controlling this specific system, and connects consumers, distributed generation, but also energy storage systems. To demonstrate the concept that we propose to provide this solution, we set out to establish 2 pilot sites. The first pilot site is located roughly 50 kilometers from Tallinn. It's a harbor city, Paldiski, and the pilot site is an industry park located at the vicinity of this industry park. And what we wish to demonstrate there is the use case that the industry wants to expand, but the grid doesn't provide sufficient connection capacity. And we want to demonstrate how we can provide a solution that can be invested into by the industry park owner to actually reduce the required power supply from the grid. And the main concept is to use the local energy production together with energy storage and also controllable loads to manage the electricity consumption from the grid. So the idea is to, if you look at the top blue line, which should represent the consumption load pattern, to change this load pattern of the industry park to be like this, so that we don't exceed a specific limit. So we set a virtual limit. This concept is known in the electric power domain as peak shaving. It's a very common use case, and that was the intentional idea, to use a very common and understandable use case so that we will focus not on the provided functionality, but on how we provide this functionality. And additionally, we also want to demonstrate a novel concept or an innovational concept, which we try to facilitate energy exchange between the customers of these energy parks. So we have one PV production plant and one consumer, so they can form power purchase agreements with each other. So this is the first one. This is the industry case pilot site. This is quite straightforward. It has a very specific target group, but we also have another pilot site, which is the pilot of the city of Tartu. And as the audience here is more related to municipalities, we shall focus more on this pilot site. The main aim of the Tartu City pilot site is to demonstrate increased use of existing electricity distribution assets. We are looking at existing municipality distribution grids in the form of street lighting grids. So street lighting grids are a perfect example because they span throughout the city, in every city. The grids are owned by the city, so the investment plans are made by the city. And we envision that these, we wanted to see whether these grids can be used to power, for example, public services, to provide power supply for public services throughout the city. So this would really support the rapid scaling of novel services. In order to take a step further, we also envision a smaller part of the street lighting system and include their energy storage, controllable loads, and also energy production to form a microgrid inside it. So, and show how with limited connection capacity we can do quite significant things. But coming back to street lighting grids. So why street lighting grids, or is it even feasible to use street lighting grids? So we sought out to answer this question, and we studied over a quarter of Estonian municipalities and their street lighting construction projects that they carried out between 2017 and 2021. The first aspect that we focused on was, is the connection capacity that they are contracting, is it even substantial? So we saw that over 50% of the contracted connection capacity is more than 15 kV. It is not extremely high, but it is quite significant. You can still do quite a lot with 15 kV. And the average connection capacity was rated at 24 kV. Then we sought out to understand how much of these contracted connection capacity is actually used. And what we saw is that 4 cases out of 5, only 15% or less of this connection capacity is actually used. And this is when we are considering the peak loads. This doesn't even here we don't even take the seasonality during the daytime into account. Then there is another aspect we studied, is the capacity that is used inside the cables that are running from pole to pole and cabinet to poles. So there we saw that these are even less loaded. So all of them were loaded less than 5%, and half of them were loaded less than 1%. There are several technical reasons why this is so, but nevertheless, it indicates that there is significant free resources available in these systems. And we did also an interpolation of these different municipalities that we studied. And for example, for the city of Tartu, we found that an estimation of 8+ megawatts of free connection capacities in the feeders. And when also studying the connection capacities, we saw that there is 5 megawatts of unused connection capacities that is already available to be tapped in right now. So this is one use case example. Now, how to use this, or what should we do with this connection capacity? Our vision is that since it spreads throughout the city, why not use it to provide novel services to improve the quality of living throughout the city? And as mentioned before, one of the very prominent public services that we will see will be public EV charging. So the majority of EV charging will be covered by residential chargers and those so-called gas station type of chargers, where these are ultra-fast charging, where people deliberately stop, want to quickly charge and then leave. But there's also a use case for low-power charging points which have a large quantity. So the cities will see an increase of different parking spaces that require some power for EV charging. But other cases, there are also other cases for public services that can be provided through the available power. One example is micromobility. So we could provide public charging and battery swapping stations for personal or even shared micromobility stations, e-scooters, e-mopeds, e-bikes. Then there's e-commerce. For example, if you have a power supply network around the city, this could provide a beneficial use case for example, pickup stations or automated lights out shops. And of course, crisis response. But this, of course, requires that some sort of alternative power supply or energy storage would be present, but this would provide the municipality some means to provide timely response to larger power outages, to support the essential services at the region. But how to promote the uptake of these services? We at our pilot sites, we want to propose a possible way, which is a trilateral synergy between three entities, which is municipalities, private companies, and energy communities. A form of energy communities, citizens forming a community, raising capital to build, for example, a PV production unit. So the structure would look like this, that there is a municipality who has need for service. The service is provided by a private company. The private company requires energy to provide this service. The energy is provided by the energy community. The energy community requires some land and infrastructure to build the renewable energy production plant, which can be provided by the municipality. And all of this is nicely connected together through the infrastructure that is owned by the municipality. So this is a very practical roadmap for municipalities on how they can achieve two things: roll out novel services and provide a very actionable means to form energy communities. How to establish this on a practical level? I shall use the Tartu pilot site as an example. So here is the on-street pilot site, in simplified form, of course, where we have the distribution grid, we have the grid connection cabinet, street lighting distribution cabinet, and lighting poles. So first what we do is that we establish a distribution cabinet where we have also dedicated control, and we include the energy storage there. To make it more interesting, we also add renewable energy production. To promote a public service, we see the installation of different EV chargers. Now, as you can see that this is kind of color-coded, we made this to make it easier to understand the trilateral synergies that we are talking. The red one is the ownership of the municipality, blue one is the ownership of the energy community, and the green one is the private company, in this case, the EV charging operator. From a technical perspective, this actually forms a microgrid, which has a dedicated control system, storage, consumption, and production. So this control system, what it has to do, first of all, it has to limit or control the EV charging power, because we have limited capacity here and also at these points. We shall control how we charge and discharge the energy storage system. And of course, we manage the grid connection power. So since all the systems, they use the infrastructure provided by the municipality, there needs to be billing and accounting and reporting. So this is done automatically by the control system to the city of Tartu. So this is the value that the control system needs to provide to the city. And this is exactly what we have developed within the microgrid pilot project, is the software platform and application-based approach that will do the control operations and also provide the reporting and analytics. Now, to describe in more detail about the developed software platform or the control system, first of all, we have energy or power system assets. We have EVs, we have batteries, and we have the owners of these assets. Now, the owner of the assets naturally wants to monitor and control its assets. The assets, they require some form of energy. Now, to connect this, we have created an open software platform, which enables to bring these two entities together. Now, to provide different monitoring functions, different control functions that suit the specific location, specific needs of the owner, we see that this is provided through the applications that are placed on top of the platform. and which are connecting through the API with the platform. Now, this enables to provide the monitoring and control functions that the energy asset owner requires. But in order to maximize the value out of these assets, the asset owner wants to use the assets to provide also energy services. And well, the current state is that the energy service provider directly connects the assets. In our logic, it should be like this, that the energy service provider is just another connector application that can connect to the platform. So this provides the energy asset owner the threat of being locked into one solution or one service provider. So we establish an open system. We enforce competition between energy service providers, which essentially sought out to maximize the value of the energy system assets that they have. So this is in a nutshell what we have been developing in the last 2.5 years. The journey has been significant. We carried out the 4 phases, starting from analysis, stakeholder service, desktop research that stems from cybersecurity to power quality in distribution systems, procurements, design, construction and software development, piloting, and so on. If I would like to point out what has been the most maybe challenging, I would say it has been the procurement or managing the procurements, because the system itself, it's so multi-layered. By creating a tender, you don't have to think only 1 step ahead, you have to think 5, 6, 7 steps ahead. So you have to make sure that if one tender fails, your timeline doesn't shift entirely. So this has been really a challenge. And if one place what our team would do differently or would perform better would be this, because we have gained a lot of experience. So in case you are trying to carry out the same through public tendering, please contact me. I can give you some advice. Yes. So just to summarize, what is our current status? We have 2 pilot sites that are basically ready for operation. We have the platform, operational platform, deployed at 3 locations. One of them is the laboratory setup at the Thalfeldt Microgrids lab. And we have 2 operational pilot sites, one in Tartu and one in Lääneharju. We have 4 dedicated applications, 2 for power management, 2 for energy scheduling. And we have the initial application development guidelines in the API description documents so that we can start sharing this with the developer communities. What's next in store for us? Of course, we will take the summer to refine and fine-tune the pilot sites and the developed applications so that we will have an official launch of the pilot sites early spring 2023. I hope many of you will be able to attend this event at one way or another. Of course, we will, since we are currently developing the platform as case-specific, we are moving forward to create a portable and deployable version of this software platform, and also working to build a sustainable commercialization plan around this technology. What is very important for us is we want to show the usability and the benefits of such an approach through further piloting of the software platforms. And this we see as successive pilots with other municipalities, but as well as with the funding of research grants. And here is just a short call of action of how we can benefit individual municipalities, is that we would be very, very interested to carry out subsequent pilots where we could use the developed software platform to provide the municipalities increased and smarter use of existing infrastructure, increased uptake and integration of renewables, and also to enable innovative public services inside the municipality. And of course, we can share our experience that we have gained also through consulting. I would like to take a moment to thank the financiers. And this is all from my part.
Yeah, I will just short remark from my side and that it has been until now a very interesting journey, and I think from municipality side what we have seen is we have today different resources, different infrastructure which is unused and which might be used in more efficient way, and cooperation with scientists and universities will give us this opportunity to perform better, to understand different possibilities better, and in that sense, despite of that our project is not finalized yet, we are quite happy about this cooperation, and we see great potential for us in terms of energy use and also in terms of energy security in the future within this project, and we have already different ideas how to launch next projects on top of that. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much, Tarmo and Jaanus. We really want to stay on time, but we still want to open up the floor for questions. So if you have any quick questions, please do ask. If not, I have one actually. We had one software developer that joined us and met all the pilots, and then after coming back from Microgrids, he was saying, okay, this is rocket science for me, meaning that it's really complex. But what I wanted to ask you, from both of you, you mentioned that public procurement has been a huge challenge, but what would have been, if you didn't work together with the city, what would be the city perspective to purchase something like that without working with university?
I think it will be very hard task and very big challenge, because you know, there are so many details, so many specialities, and as a city servants, of course, we are not a specialist in these fields, and I think to compile such documents for procurement, it takes half of a year or more. In that sense, it's essential, and you know, there are so many aspects of what usual servants will not focus and will not understand, and yeah, I think it's very good to have such kind of cooperation.
Okay, so thank you. We can. You have one question. Yeah.
Hi. It was also a question here before.
Maybe we can take both of them and then reply together. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Kaia Veska from the Smart City Center. But I've also previously worked in the energy sector. So, and knowing how complicated it actually is to do these kind of pilots. So my question is related with the applicability of your pilot, and it's actually a quite easy one to ask, but maybe not that easy to answer. And it's related with what do you think? So when we think broader, so out from Estonia, into which country would it be the most easiest to implement or to apply your pilot, thinking of all the also the infrastructure, the physical, but also the virtual, in terms of what data is available? So what do you think? Which country could be the first one where you could apply your pilot? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Very relevant question. We haven't really made a competitive comparison between but of course, in terms of cultural challenges, Baltics and the Nordic states would be the obvious choice. But what I want to point out is that as our focus is being kind of a flexible middle layer between the physical and the functional, the service part. So the idea is that in terms of regulative differences, the differences are only in the upper part. The physical system remains the same. The power system devices remain the same. It doesn't even really matter if it's 50 hertz or 60 hertz. The fundamentals remain the same. The idea is that this having different regulatory setups, this even provides more value to our use case, to be flexible, to adjust the same setup, the same hardware in different regulative environments. So we haven't really, basically it should be as straightforward as you need to work into one environment and start facilitating the service providers and applications on top of the platform. It should be as easy as that.
Should be as easy. So one last question.
A quick one. I'm Dan, I'm a service designer, and you were describing a lot about the energy part and the municipality part. What about the private sector? Were they somehow part of the pilot already? How do you have any insights from there? And I'm especially curious about the micro-mobility part.
Yes, the private sector has been a very, very fundamental part of the entire project, because we, in terms of constructing the project or the pilot sites, we rely on procurement from private sector companies. And it is our approach to not see ourselves as the direct contact point between the end users, but with the technology providers, which are the private companies. Because we also have heard from them feedback that there is a lack of such flexible systems on the market. So partnerships with the private companies is basically essential to the success of what we have created. So this is in a nutshell.
Thanks a lot. That was my sentiment as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we can give a big applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
And before having a lunch break, we will have one more trip, and the trip is to Smart Dublin. So thank you so much, Alan Murphy, for coming here in person.
Pleasure. Yeah. Okay, hello everybody, and a big thank you to Kalle and the Finesse team for inviting us here. I think I'm down as an inspirational talk, but it's fair to say myself and my colleague Ronan, say hi Ronan. We came here yesterday and we met with reps from the city of Tallinn and also the Estonia briefing center. And this morning, like we've been inspired from the meetings we've had, the people we've met. So we're going to take a lot of inspiration back to Dublin. So thank you very much. Okay, that's a snapshot of Dublin, by the way. Anybody been to Dublin or Ireland? Oh, wow, okay. I was expecting just a handful of hands up, but that's fantastic. Okay, so let's get started. So a quick agenda, and I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so that's going to be a hard one. So if I hear tummies rumbling, I know I've gone over time. So 3 parts to the agenda. Going to talk about who we are and how we work. I know there's reps from different municipalities here in the room. And by the way, I'm going to use the phrase council, municipalities, and local authorities kind of interchangeably. They're kind of the same thing, I think. Then we're going to do a project deep dive into the topic of drones and how we're using drones within the 4 Dublin local authorities, and then some key takeaways. So who we are and how we work. So a few maps. I think you're all familiar with the map of Europe. Ireland is over here. This is making Ireland a bit bigger. So there's 26 counties, and then there's Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and the Dublin region is here. But the Dublin region is broken up into 4 different local authorities. So Ronan works for Dunleary Rathdown down here. And Dublin City is probably, the people in the room who've been to Dublin, you probably did a lot of tourist attractions here in the city centre. So back in 2016 or thereabouts, Smart Dublin, or TARC Dublin, is that right? I got that right? Yeah, Turk. Came together and said, look, there's a wave coming from industry, this smart city topic, and I know Renno had a go at trying to define what a smart city is, but probably everybody in the room has a different definition as to what a smart city is. I'm still sort of grappling with it myself. So let's come together. We're all kind of in the same business. So let's come together to evaluate and explore emerging technology and new data points from the public realm specifically to make our public services better. So that's the spirit of Smart Dublin. And then here on the right-hand side, we thought, well, okay, well, how do you deliver a smart city? Well, one way to go about that is to break it up into bite sizes. So we came up with the idea of smart districts. And I suppose in a nutshell, a lot of our projects would take place at a hyperlocal level within a smart district, which resides within a council. And all of the projects we try and do, we've got one eye on how do we scale this up? If we're going to do it in a particular neighborhood, how do we scale it up that other local authorities can learn from it? And not just in Dublin, but gets passed on to other local authorities in Ireland, as well as now, like today, sharing our experiences with yourselves in a completely different country within the EU. So that's kind of left to right and then right to left, kind of what we're trying to do. Okay, and when I talk about local government services, our council services, here's a catalogue or a taxonomy of the kinds of services that your local council does. And I'm sure they're very similar to what's happening here in the city of Tallinn. So myself and Ronan's day, it ranges from talking about social housing to arts and culture, to libraries, to transport. You know, mobility is a hot topic within our space. So there's some 1,100 services on this catalogue. And each of these services, or business processes, if you like, is ripe for innovation, is ripe for exploring new technology and new data to deliver that service in a better way. So that points to our world over here. We're looking at emerging tech and new data. And then just a final point, we have an open data portal, which is not as good as what we saw yesterday from the Estonia guys, but it sort of reflects this kind of taxonomy. So for each of these services, there's an opportunity to publish the relevant open data. Okay, and what this slide then is trying to articulate is the conversation we have internally with each of the service owners, so the head of transport, the head of planning, etc. When we say to them, hey, let's do smart city stuff, they kind of look at me like, I've got 10 heads, you know. It's again, back to the definition, what is a smart city? So I think this might be particularly relevant to any of the council reps in the room. What we're trying to say here is, it's a little bit different to your classic internal digital transformation. So your CRM systems, your GIS systems. It's very much external to the organization. So it's out in the public realm. And these are the kinds of technologies that we're looking at. And a big point to make is the next thing. You know, AI has just come at us in waves in the last quarter. So next year is going to be something else. The tech industry is constantly innovating. So what's our role as custodians of looking at emerging technology to advise internally to the different service owners as to how this tech could make their services better? So that's what this slide is trying to articulate. And you could argue that as you go further away from the organization into untested territory, the degree of service transformation is higher, and the degree of technology innovation is higher. So the TRL levels can be quite low in some cases. So that's what this slide is trying to articulate. Okay, and then in terms of stakeholders, you probably heard the term quadruple helix. And that's what this slide is trying to highlight. So we're the council voice in trying to transform these services. So in Ireland, there's a lot of authority has been given to national public bodies. So on the topic of mobility as a service, for example, our NTA, the National Transport Authority here,
they hold the key to all things public transport. The council, are the people that myself and Ronan work for, we would license micromobility operations, but true mass, there is no mass without mass. Okay, there is no mass without mass transit. We need to engage with the NTA, for example, on all things mobility. We're lucky in Dublin. We have some massive, global, well-recognized tech companies, and we have local relationships with them. And I think in terms of the advantage of having the presence of these big brands, primarily US multinationals in Dublin, they could go anywhere in the world to trial whatever solutions that they're trying to progress in the smart city space. But because we have the local relationships, we're lucky that they might choose Dublin for project A, B, or C. And then the SFI research centres. This is Science Foundation Ireland, which I think would be akin to Finest, based on what I've heard over the last day or two. And these are specialists in data analytics, connectivity, so 5G, 6G, how's that going to be rolled out across cities? There's an organization called Enable, which has a smart city focus. So that's definitely, I think, an organization we can connect with afterwards. And these, the academics, they reside within particular universities. And then, of course, we're open to working on EU funds and consortiums with other cities. And the SCORE project is a coastal resilience project that Ronan is involved in. So that gives you a sense of the kinds of stakeholders we engage with on a project-by-project basis. Okay, and we see our role as the title suggests there, the innovation catalyst. So if we have a particular service or problem statement that we'd love to grapple with a local ecosystem, or even people in the room here, we want to be that innovation catalyst. We want to be the enablers of that conversation. Okay, so what does that mean? How do you enable a conversation? How can you, I think one of the slides earlier on was how can you be the orchestrator of tackling a particular social challenge? So one approach we used in the early days, this is now pre-COVID, I would say, we started a process of advertising our problem statements. So public procurement got mentioned by Rahul and the last presentation as well, and the complexities of public procurement. And traditionally, public procurement has been quite prescriptive, coming from a council. You know, it must be blue, it has to be circular, we want 1,000 of them, and it has to be deployed by the end of the year, you know, this kind of prescription. What this approach is flipping that on its head and saying, you know, we're open to suggestions, we're open to innovation, we're open to exploring untested technology to try and address problem statements like you see here. And I think it's fair to say, from what we've heard this morning and yesterday and talking to other cities, these challenges are global challenges. It's not just specific to Dublin. Okay, but then to contrast that somewhat, I think we've heard the word pilot a lot this morning. And I think there's an exam question that myself and Ronan and anybody who works for a council needs to ask. Well, all this innovation is great. All this research is great. How is that translating through to business as usual services? So we go from innovation all the way through mainstream activities. So just 3 examples of what we're doing in Dublin, where we're very mindful of all the projects we do. How will it translate into mainstream operations? So here's a really simple example. And sometimes the smart city space doesn't have to be massively complex. What you see here is a picture of a ring buoy or a life buoy. We put in IoT sensors on these that basically say, I'm here or I'm not. Really simple data package that gets passed back to the service owners within the council so they can go around a particular geographical area. And in the past, they'd have to go to each single site to see if the ring buoy was there. Now they just manage by exception. They know if a ring buoy is there or not. Really simple use of IoT technology. We're doing that in Dublin, but we've scaled it up to some 700 sensors all over the country. So it's a great example of taking a pilot project within one of our smart districts and scaling it up around the country. Okay, another example of project scaling. So going from something small to something bigger. This is an education program. So it's not your classic hardware smart city tech that you might associate with a smart city project. It's called Academy of the Near Future. It's targeting students about 16 years of age, really trying to promote the idea of, what would your city look like in the future? This age group they're engaging with apps and smartphones quite a lot. So getting fresh ideas as to how they could use these microchips, these sensors, to tackle some of the challenges you saw on the previous slide. And also, just to highlight, we've gone into some 58% of the schools we went into were classified as disadvantaged schools, and great to see a higher number of female participation there. So really encouraging people to get into the STEM area. And when I say we, it's a collective we. I think last count, there's probably about 30 people involved in the Smart Dublin team that operate across the different councils and the different districts. So credit to the people involved in these projects specifically. And then a final example of scaling. So we have an open data portal, but then this is in the spirit of the problem statement approach that I mentioned. We have all this data, and I think councils sometimes just don't have the time to look at it. So in terms of asking the market, can you help us with our climate action plans using our open data and other maybe third-party data? We kicked off this process to get in fresh ideas on how what insights could academia and even consultancy companies could look at our data, and we sort of sponsor that process. An example of how this is scaling up, just recently, I think just last week, the Swedish city of Umeå, I think I've pronounced that right. I spoke with them maybe earlier this year. They really liked the process that we did here, and they've copied that, and they've now just launched their own open data challenge there. So again, an example of one country doing something which has been replicated elsewhere. Okay, and a final key message under the topic of how we work. We really want to promote what we do to inspire our internal stakeholders in particular, and inspire the external parties that I mentioned. So marketing and comms is a big part of what we do, and sometimes I have to grab people like Ronan who'll be knee deep in a project and say, hey, we gotta write up in layman's terms what's actually happening here to inspire people to do this. And we're getting recognition. We're getting recognition for our work. So the reason I'm here is that Kalle heard about the award we got in the Smart City Expo in Barcelona. So I'm now going to talk about that particular project, which is all about drones. How are we doing for time? Because, okay, we're not too bad, are we? Yeah. I don't hear any tummies rumbling, so yeah. Okay, so that was a whistle stop through who we are and how we work. I'm going to now deep dive into just one project, which is around the topic of drones. Okay, I don't know if you can read this from the back, but into the why was the council even looking at drones in the first place? There was a survey done, I think it's UK based, that looked at what are the opportunities for local government to entertain the usage of drones. So it's all about saving costs. So the blue bar here is what the respondents felt was most important. So it's all about saving costs, saving time, improving quality, and improving work safety. Okay, so pretty good reasons to look at drones for whatever service, whatever use case you want to explore. Within one of our councils, Dublin City Council in this case, what we realized was people were using drones already. And you'll see here at the bottom is the name of the departments where that activity was happening. So it went from people in the survey and mapping department, waste management, the fire brigade, really proactive usage of drones there. Environmental monitoring and traffic monitoring, social housing, the parks guys were using it, water services, so anything got to do with biodiversity management as well. There was some drone activity there. So it was happening. However, classic government setup, operating in silos, and then lack of a sort of common best practice, in particular around the area of data protection. Okay, here's an opportunity to, even within one council, economies of scale, synergies, getting other departments to talk to each other about the use of drones and the value add of that technology. Okay, but the broader context on drones, it's you got an unhappy face on the left-hand side, and you got a happy face on the right-hand side. Unhappy face is things like broke the law, GDPR, you know, no transparency on what the particular drone is being used for. Drug drops gets a mention there. But then on the flip side, on the right-hand side, you've got a lot of push from commercial operators. So drone deliveries kicking off from Tesco, one of the big supermarkets, to really nice use cases. The world's first use of drone technology to deliver insulin to an island off the Galway coast, so off the west coast of Ireland. Illegal dumping, to monitor illegal dumping, that was one of the particular use cases within the council that sort of kicked off this conversation. So look, the jury is out a little bit on drones, and I'm sure everybody here would have a personal opinion on it. So yeah, that was the broader context. And given that, we thought, okay, well, we're not sure how the public feels about the usage of drones, regardless of the use case. So we did a survey. And there was some 902 respondents. And I'll go into the survey in a second. But based on the response that we got from the public, we produced 3 artifacts that you see here. And I met with Martin, the Chief Digital Officer of the City of Tallinn yesterday, and I was describing this to him. And he said, send me the link, send me the link, send me the link. I was like, okay. So this is our present to the City of Tallinn, as well as other councils here, that these artifacts are written within the realm, of course, of the EU and the GDPR and the data privacy concerns that you can take and help accelerate any of the drone activities you want to do within your councils. So to go into some of the responses from the survey, and here you see some examples of the use cases around drones. I mentioned the fire brigade, very proactive in terms of how they use drones in terms of responding to an incident. Environmental monitoring here, survey and mapping down there on the bottom left, and monitoring illegal dumping or the volume of waste in a particular area. So the question posed was, how do you feel about the following applications of drone technologies to help deliver public services? So public services was very much the focus here. I mean, these kind of responses here, I don't know if you can read it at the back, but 97% positive support for emergency services. 96, 95, 94, 92, all really supportive of the use of drones for these kind of public services. Policing is a little bit lower. Now, that's not our responsibility. I can imagine Big Brother and surveillance concerns might have kicked in there, which underpin that response. So when the council is looking at this, we're kind of like, okay, there's huge support for us to deploy this technology. However, a key question was posed around, well, what are your concerns around the usage of drones? So despite the high 90s here in terms of support for certain use cases, 97% expressed concerns around privacy. So we had to do some serious work on the whole privacy side of things, which led to that particular artifact, that data protection drone user handbook. And I have to say, across a lot of the projects we do, some projects fizzle out and they don't work out. This is a high quality artifact, which, like I said, can be used by any country within the EU. The secret sauce to this really is to rise above the technology and not get into the nuts and bolts of the drone technology, but look at it from a data protection principles point of view. And of course, with all of the smart city conversations, what's the use case? What are we trying to achieve? That was very much the spirit behind the creation of this document. So down here, the conversation was around, okay, let's challenge the purpose and the approach for whatever use case we're talking about. And again, when it comes to things like IoT or drones, it's the same kind of conversation. What data are you trying to acquire? What data are you trying to analyze? And what action are you going to take with the data? So what we were trying to do is introduce this, or educate basically our internal service owners who were using drones, but not kind of doing it in a best practice way, to challenge them through this acquisition, analysis, and action framework, if you like. So what we came up with in speaking to the different service owners is, look, can we break drone operations down into some sort of taxonomy or hierarchy? And we could, based on the known use cases that I spoke about. And these will increase. There'll be more use cases would get identified. But what we have here is a family of use cases that have common characteristics. So for example, in the media, publicity, and entertainment space, we've got media recording, we've got event production underneath it. And what we've done is we've created a library of reference data protection impact assessments that sort of follow these common characteristics. So if someone is going to do a drone flight in a couple of weeks' time that's of this nature, they have accelerator documentation based on, think about these safeguards, think about these risks, based on the nature of the use case, as opposed to doing something in the environmental side, which would have a different set of characteristics and a different set of safeguards. So that's really the secret sauce behind this particular handbook. And also, just to highlight, it's quite a detailed handbook, but we also produced a tutorial, a 30-minute tutorial, which is a quick sense as to the nuggets that are in here. So if you don't want to read the full book start to finish, the tutorial is a fantastic bit of comms work that we did to try and communicate the value add of looking at this space. Almost there. Okay. So then some next steps on drones. There's some internal activities for us to further understand what's happening in other cities. We're going to build out in our use case catalog. This is the key question for us, in-house skills or external providers. And I think it's going to land based on volume of activities. So the fire brigade, for example, are extremely proactive. I think they're going to up their skills internally. Other departments might look to external providers. But then there's a role for the council to enable the marketplace around drones. You saw some of the use cases from the supermarkets and so on. How is that going to be managed? How is the airspace around Dublin going to be managed? We have a national competent authority, the Irish Aviation Authority. Luckily, the EU is bringing out legislation that we all can look to in terms of how to regulate this market. But a big statement that came loud and clear through our public survey: there is no drone industry unless there's public buy-in, and that's why the need for transparency and to address the data protection issues is needed. Okay, so we're almost there. Just a few key takeaways. Hopefully you get a sense of our focus is about local authority service improvement. What's the use case? What's the public service? That'll inform what kind of technology we'll explore. We are in the open innovation space, but very mindful of, there's an urgency here, especially in the climate action area. We want to move from innovation into business as usual as quickly as possible, but we want to work with different stakeholders. and some examples of how our projects are scaling. So that's it. Thanks very much.
So as we are minus 6 minutes to the lunch, we can take one very quick question if somebody, okay. And then everybody else can approach Alan directly over lunch as well,
sure,
or via Slido. So feel free to use that one as well.
Yeah. Thank you for the interesting presentation. My name is Ergo Pikas. I'm from this RESTO project that was presented a couple of presentations ago. I have a question regarding, I'm actually glad to see that you're talking about the data protection and the kind of policy for drones and all these things. But have you had thoughts about what is the quality of the data management in general? Because the experience we have is that we do, and Estonia is like in the forehead, leading in terms of the digital government services and things like that. But the data in the registries, the data management level or the quality in the registries is very low. So what is your experience with this? Most of the time you have to actually handle the poor data and actually make sense of this data somehow.
Yeah. I think overall there's huge room for improvement in terms of data management, data governance within the councils, within the 4 Dublin councils that we work with. The open data process, it's a marathon. It's something we're working on constantly. And to the point about the internal stakeholders that we work with, to make them aware of the value of open data is a struggle. And that's why we do things like the open data challenges, to bring open data to life and show them the kind of insight and innovation that can come from the market on the back of them releasing their open data. So there is huge, there's a lot of room for improvement within local government in general, I think, to improve their data governance processes. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think we can give a big applause. Start Dublin. And we will have a networking lunch until 1 o'clock. And you have to go either through that door or that door for lunch. Yeah. test my microphone. It seems to be working. Anyway, thanks for coming back. I hope you enjoyed the networking lunch. We will have one more networking break after this session, which is 1 hour and 30 minutes. So you can continue your discussions. And we will have after seminar networking as well. So we hope that you can really network, and you can always network in offline and online environments later as well. But I think we really want to kick this after lunch session off. So cities of Tallinn and Helsinki have been our core partners and founders and our sandbox or playing ground. And there's one pilot that somehow connects both of them, although it's more biased to the Tallinn side. And we are very happy to having Mai and Victoria with us introducing it. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Ralf. Oh, it seems that not everyone is still back from lunch. Okay, I will do a short talk. I don't know how many of you are using ChatGPT 4. Really good thing to do. And when preparing for this talk, I was thinking, everyone is starting with question. What question could I ask you? So I asked ChatGPT and I said, okay, I have to give the talk for this audience. What could be the warm-up question? And I want people to raise the hand on this question. And it gave me 2 quite good questions. And the first one, how many of you have been to a park in the last week? Oh, so it seems that Tallinn is quite green city already. And for example, if you have a suggestion how to improve a public space or your neighborhood, do you know where to go? Whom to ask? No? So a few people know, yes. Ralf probably knows because you know a little bit about green twins, so you already know where to go. But yeah, it seems that we have a bit of a problem with that. Well, I hope that the green twins will help us with both these challenges. So as you know, currently the city planning culture is changing. And the major changes are related to 2 things. First of all, more focus is placed on urban green infrastructure because it boosts climate resilience of cities, it improves air quality, it improves water management, and of course it contributes substantially to the physical and mental well-being of urban residents. But about that we will talk in another pilot. And the second thing is that currently we're speaking about more inclusive and diverse planning where all the people are engaged in planning discussions. And this helps us to have more grounded in local knowledge and more efficient urban plans. So these 2 things, development of dynamic digital green layer for urban digital twin of Tallinn and also fostering smart and inclusive urban planning. These are 2 main things or 2 main focus points of Green Twins pilot. So what's the solution that we created? As you probably know, both cities of Helsinki and of course Tallinn, we already have some developments which we can call urban digital twin. In case of Tallinn, this is linear model. It's located here. But if you look at this linear model, you maybe can notice that there is quite a good information about the buildings, but the green relay is lacking. So, and that's the challenge that we are addressing with the technical side of our pilot. So we are developing the dynamic digital plant layer for the urban digital twin. And how this digital layer is accessible, because this is essentially a database. And for this database, we are creating 3 applications, 3D user interfaces, that's how we call it. we have Urban Tempo, and for Urban Tempo we have two versions, for VR headset and for a big screen, big three-dimensional screen with active shutter glasses, and we are also developing a virtual green platter. This application is meant more for home use, so that every citizen can open it and make his or her proposal to a forthcoming urban plan. And what do we do if we are craving for more personal contact or for personal touch, or if we don't want to use this technology and we want just to discuss with people in real life? In this case, we are going to the Avalin space. So there is a space forthcoming in the city center of Tallinn at Kalle Puisto 1. Mai is going to elaborate a bit further on that, and it is meant as a space for digital aided participation. So what's the benefit of this dynamic digital plant layer? Unlike the static urban models, this digital layer simulates temporal and seasonal changes in the trees. And here you can see our first attempt how we tried to simulate tree growth. And according to the experts, this is quite accurate, and it's basically based in expert data. We also address the seasonal aspect, so the changes between winter, summer, leaves or no leaves, because we know that our cities in the Nordic, they're drastically changing in different seasons. But to make all this library usable, we are also having the output in different levels of detail. So we can have very detailed trees for very realistic virtual reality simulations, but we can also have an output in shape of very simple trees, in case if we need to load big models, and in case our computer is not that powerful, we can also have simplified models. And these load levels are also changing, and you can have the same tree in different levels of detail, which is a very good benefit. So what's the use of that? How do we envision future use? The future use could be that once this greener relay is integrated into the digital twin, we can then see different scenarios. So what if we build more there? Or what if we decide not to build and we will decide to turn the lawns into meadows? We will just stop cutting the grass. What if we decide not to do any maintenance at all and decide to grow the urban forest? So with this, you will be able to evaluate what kind of ecosystem service will this area in the future, in the next 20, 30, 50 years would provide. So then the question is how to interact with all that. And as I already mentioned, we have two applications, and here you can have a screenshot of these applications, but in the end of the presentation, I will also show you some videos. How does it look like? And now I would like to give a floor to Mai, so our partner in the city of Tallinn.
Yes, welcome from my side as well. And here we are looking at this last year's Demo Day, what we had Avalin. Avalin means like open city for us, and we thought that it would be describe our initiative the most effective way. So as a part of this project, one of our aims was create this brand. Like what, if we talk about participation, what will be the frame for it? So our promise should be better city together, for sure. And our story is that Avalin is an inspiring and open movement for people that care about their city to come together and make it better. So we see like two main user groups. One of them are professionals, and then the other one are the Tallinn citizens. And for professionals, we can subdivide them by property developers and Tallinn city planners. And Tallinn city planners, we can say that we have many departments, and this kind of better city together concept are meant for them as well. And we have this kind of audience emotion that from the professionals, my skills make the city better, and from the citizens, my ideas make the city better. And this kind of collaborational point comes together from there. And these are our three main values for our participational approach: freedom of discussion. And this is our most important value. to speak freely and to be heard when doing so. The second one is needed space solutions. And the third one is code thinking, that we value ideas. Everyone can use their experience and understandings to come up with a good idea. So welcome to our linn. Like Victoria said, this is located Kaarli puiestee 1, and the formal opening will be on 24th of August this year. So Victoria, you can continue.
Yeah, we were told that we need to also tell about how the piloting process works, and that was challenging. This is actually the slide that was proposed by Mai, because initially when we made a plan, it looked like that. How hard can it be? But in the end, it turned out to be not that straightforward. But now we are equipped with a lot of ideas and knowledge of how to run the pilot in these circumstances. So the question is where we are now. I think with software development, we are quite good. So we already have our plant library. So we have significant local tree models modeled already in 3D. We have also significant local grassy plants modeled in 2D. We have our growth algorithm developed, and we have established the connection to the city database, so that works. And we also ensured that the tree models can be retrieved in different ages and LOD levels. And we also developed the information model for the vegetation, and we are planning to submit it as a part of a CityGML standard extension for the vegetation. Speaking about user interfaces, as I told, we have 3 software applications. The plan was quite ambitious, but we have them already developed in technology level 6. We have also basic plant library features showcased through these applications. These applications were tested with prospective users, so we have quite a lot of users, and we did quite substantial user research, and we have collected and analyzed the feedback. So the next step would be move forward to the minimal viable prototype that could be sold as a product.
So, and a little bit about the hub journey. It was quite simple approach for us. How hard can it be, actually? So the first one was finding the space. We have several options, like should be at mobile, should be like in the city own rental places. And in the end, we decided that it would be most effective that we use the same building that our offices are. So the city is paying extra money holding for the space. And the other one was after that, when we had the space, we continued with the branding and internal design. And the third one should be most simple one, construction and execution. But we can say from point C, we have the most challenges were facing us in the end. So here you can see the real life with the pilots, like expectations, and the down photo shows the reality. Of course, it will be slightly better. And what happened? So challenges, the high construction cost. So we estimated, and our architects promised that it will be a little bit down under 1,000 K. What happened? We did public procurement. I mean, I bet we have many people here that has done public procurement, as we have heard, many challenges, and it turned out that from this 100 square meter place, construction will cost like 300 Ks. So it's quite different what happens in the real market and what happens in our expectations. So, but I think the main point what I personally learned was the significance that it's not about the actual physical base. It's a really good kickstart, but more or less, it doesn't matter where we are. It's about what we are doing inside the space. So, so we can say that. So it will be the most challenging how to fill the space with the real content and real participation, not just this kind of black and white and formal thing. And in conclusion, we can say that the city is making small efforts. Tallinn citizens who are in this room might have heard some kind of participational things that what city is doing. to be critical. Sometimes they can be just this kind of notification, like for the citizen, you know, we have the project, you are welcome to come and investigate, but we cannot do anything. So our aim that we should turn this concept around, and we should include citizens and developers from the beginning before we start doing anything. So this was our lessons learned and what we will do in the end.
Yeah, so what are the tips for the next pilots? Of course, we can do, as I already told, currently we already know how to run a pilot process, but for us it was a bit of a cold shower. But now we can recommend what to do. So we came to conclusion that you have to be ambitious while writing project application, but also be realistic. And by realism, we mean that you have to be aware of what are the competencies that you have in the team and what are the working hours and how much you can realistically achieve with the given competencies and the working hours. So you also should rely on your core project team. We would highly recommend not to rely on external vendors or procurements, since they're highly unreliable and you don't know what kind of result they will deliver. But you should, for critical tasks, rely really on your project core team at the university. We also, from a purely technical project management side, we would recommend to establish the cloud storage and store there from the beginning of the project. I don't know if you have done so, but maybe some of you haven't. Establish there the contacts and short bios of all the members, and also establish already the deliverable folders and clear naming conventions, so that it will not happen that, okay, some person is uploading some files there, and then you end up with 100 files and you don't know where this file belongs and that file, and what's the difference, and what are the different versions of that file. You should also distribute the responsibilities and how, I would say, appraise the performance or evaluate the performance. If the job is done or not done, if it's done on time, what were the difficulties. We would also highly recommend the professional task management software. There are quite many on the market, like the most maybe known is Jira, but there are also cheaper and more up-to-date alternatives like Monday and ClickUp. And you can evaluate different tasks using the approach, value, criticality, and complexity. And that's why you can say, okay, this task we're doing first, this one we're doing next, and this one maybe we'll never do it because this is not critical. And of course, be prepared to change your plan due to different disruptive events, for example, COVID, inflation, etc. Because 24 months per pilot or 30 months for a pilot, it seems like a short time if you want to implement something big. But on the other hand, it's also a big time, because within these 2.5 years, a lot of things may change completely. You can have new players on the market, you have disruptive events, you can have also whatever. So be prepared for that.
And some tips from the city team. So definitely, as I'm involved many EU-funded projects, managing them, I can see that usually when you include city-owned workers, they are like filled with their own tasks every day. So doing something extra is really, if they wanted to do, they don't just have the time. And in the end, they will be burned out. So my recommended advice would definitely be to encourage cities to hire specialist experts from part-time, so on, so it won't be so hectic in the project. So while calculating time, multiply by 3, like I think all the project managers has been facing that, and it's not the news for anyone. So, and another crucial point that we learned, that you have to agree with decision makers' key points before the pilot, because people can say you like in the networking time, like yes, 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 but in the end you have to have this kind of agreement. This because the city, this is political institution, the promises might be there, but might not be there. I don't know, next week, day, month. So we have faced that this kind of thing. So this is definitely a challenge. So. Definitely for team building events, it will be really nice some travel links to include, because face-to-face is always little bit better than Teams or Zoom. And maybe some budgets for on-demand therapist would be also helpful, because when people are really dedicated, they turned out to burn out quite quickly, especially when they have multiple things going on at the same time. So
now the question is, what do we offer as commercialization spin-off? And we have come up with the idea of Green Twin AI. And we would like to augment this environmental planning to the next level. And we offer 3 sets of solutions. First of all, we offer software products, which would be related to mapping vegetation in the city, which would be also related to modeling with trees and local plants and different LOD levels that we call herbarium. And we also offer a synchronizer, a feature which would synchronize the data flow between different databases. We think that this interoperability and synchronization thing is important. We also offer different visualization platforms. They have been already developed within the Green Twins project, basically Urban Tempo, Virtual Green Planner, but also Spacetime. And of course, we offer consultation services, and consultation services will be related to how do you plan for better urban green, how do you solve interoperability challenges, etc. And what's the timeline? Some of the software solutions are already available now, because some of them are already developed. Some of them we will offer starting from 2024. And our Green Twin advisory is also already there, available. So if you want to learn a bit more, you can contact our commercialization team. It's here. I think I don't see Lauri. Lauri, can you? Yeah, Lauri, you're here. And we also have Hanna Fabricius. Hanna is sitting over there. And now the show time. How can I turn it on? Usually people who work in software development are the worst when it comes to running a presentation. Which button do we need to press? Perfect. I will not show all the videos. This is just a very short snapshot from one of our applications. And then if you would like to learn more, you can drop by today. Starting at 5:30, we will have a demos there as well. So this is the virtual green planner that we And the next application, well, it's not really an application, it's just a demo of how the system grow, but now we have it in already better quality. There is also the second video. Yes, this one is just. Can we press the button again? Yeah. That's how this tree growth algorithm works. But now we have it already with more realistic trees in the software. It's just here. If you have a big screen, it's more visible. You don't need that many fine-tuned details. Yep, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the whole Green Twins team. So these are all our team members, and you see quite many of them today in the audience. I see also Laura over there, Hamidrez over there, Petri is also today here, so feel free to come to us and ask some questions at the coffee break.
Okay, thank you so much, Mai and Victoria. So you got invitation to a small internal event that was passed on now to a group of 100 people. So if you're around, feel free to join Karli Puiestee 1, 5:30. Sorry for overstressing it. But I also heard two values. I didn't remember the third one, but I heard two values that was stressed there, but it was freedom of discussion and co-thinking. So the floor is yours to ask questions or operationalize this co-thinking or freedom of discussion.
We're here.
Thank you. It's Dan again. And as a service designer, I was really thrilled with the whole concept of listening to citizens, collecting their ideas, co-thinking. How do you employ all that knowledge? One thing is, gathering all these nice ideas, but how do they convert to a better city environment? Realistically, do you have a plan for that? And is Green Twins part of that? Can you model ideas fast and dirty, or what's the connection there?
Who will take this question?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, of course, Green Twins is part of that, and we model ideas quick and dirty using virtual green planner. So, and if you are interested, Petri is here. He can also show you this application on his computer during the coffee break. I hope you're prepared. But how to include the ideas of the citizens into planning? I'd say that this is a question to city planners. Because we are not involved in city planning in Tallinn. That's the field of city planning department. But I think this is already a positive change if they're ready to invest in this big hub space in the city center, purchase the technology, if they were ready to sit with us in project teams and discuss what we can do, because we had a quite good experience. We had in each our project team, we had somebody from the city working with us. So maybe at this point, not all the ideas are included in a very successful way, but at least there is a very positive shift and willingness to include these ideas. And the actual integration is more maybe a technical aspect already. So, but I hope that with this hub, more residents will come and give their ideas, and then they will see also their ideas fulfilled in the real space.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Ines Andersson. I'm from Riga City Council. And also in Riga, people demand more trees, even though we are a very green city. And my question would be, how, like when we ask people to engage in greening your city, another challenge for a city is all communications which is below the ground, like sewage, water, electricity, because there's the kind of the biggest movement where people are around our streets. So is that kind of layer also taken into account in your city planning? Otherwise you will kind of engage people. They will come, they will say, okay, here I want a tree, and you go and look at, sorry guys, we cannot plant anything there.
This is a question for the next steps, because in this project, it was a pilot project. We were experimenting with how to create these dynamic tree models which change. But the question that you ask, it's more related to the routing structure. And the routing structure is already in the focus of continuation of the Green Twins project. We are developing it as a next step. And we already received, I guess, funding for that. We will need to check if the funding is confirmed, but at least there was an application. So this is the next step.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for the very nice presentation. I have a question related to the benefits of having this green infrastructure digitalized. What kind of additional information can generate for decision makers having this layer? For example, information on the CO2 reduction of the CO2 emissions, or I also saw in one slide about the biodiversity. So what are the potentials or even also the actions already on integrating other layers?
Yes, thank you. We thought about the same question, and we call it ecosystem services. And we also developed a list of ecosystem services and how they can be calculated using the information model that we have now. And this information next week will be also available to the general public. But there are multiple things. First of all, you can calculate CO2 retention. You can calculate stormwater management. I think you can calculate noise reduction. You can calculate also the impact on human well-being because, as you know, probably if you have 30 to 40% of canopy coverage, this substantially improves well-being of urban residents. I don't remember all the list of services. Hannah, do you remember what I forgot to mention? What I forgot to mention, what I forgot to mention. Okay, probably I forgot to mention something. Maybe there were a couple of things more, but then you can, I can just email you the full presentation about what you and how you can calculate.
Okay, thank you so much, Mai and Victoria. So Victoria actually stays on stage, but we still need to thank the team. So
I'm wondering what's inside. Thank you.
And now we have also one question to you, and that is very simple question: that how do you feel? And if you don't know how do you feel, or if you do know how do you know how to calculate it? Because this is what takes us now to the east of Estonia, to the city of Narva with a well-being score, and we will be joined, Victoria, by Eva Fridolin and Kalle Renno. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you. So we are being to present a pilot project called Urban Wellbeing Score. And by its highest definition, happiness is a state of mind. But for us as ordinary people, we need also contributing conditions, environment. And this young city planner has seemingly understood that mental and physical health of urban residents is becoming more and more relevant regarding the value and development of urban space. And we need new planning practices. And what we did, we asked questions: how do the citizens of a city perceive psychologically different urban sites? And is this related to the urban spatial characteristics? And our hypothesis was that integrating spatial, psychological and physiological data will contribute to more objective methodology to evaluate person's sense of well-being in urban environment. So with the help of our good partner city, Narva city planners, they proposed 6 different districts in Narva, which were the targets for the well-being measurements. And as you can see, they are similar living districts, more or less, a little bit greenish, a little bit old houses, standard houses. And we did 2 studies, smaller one, like first pilot study with 28 subjects, and after this larger study on autumn last year with 31 subjects. And what did we measure? We included traditional psychological parameters using psychological questionnaires, which addressed general well-being, place-specific well-being, and this included emotions, stress, restoration, place attachment, and all those aspects were evaluated using 5 scale metrics, with lowest I do not agree at all or I fully agree. And those statements, some of them you can see here, totally 32 statements in version 2. And yes, they asked, does this place make me happy? Do I feel anxious here? And so on. next set of parameters were physiological parameters. For this, we measured electroencephalogram, which is electrical activity of the brain. Also PPG, photoplethysmogram, reflecting optical properties of the blood vessels. ECG, electrocardiogram, about electrical activity of the heart, skin conductance, and the skin temperature. And those parameters were not selected arbitrarily, but based on the scientific literature. We selected the parameters which were related to a person's stress levels. So we hoped to get some indication about the test subject's stress. And this is a picture how our test subject looked like. About the study protocol, this was rather elaborated. So we had sensor placement, some measurements, weight, blood pressure. And then we started in a silence, in a closed silent room, first with eyes closed. Then we measured during a certain period. Then also a certain measurement period with eyes open. After this, answers to the psychological questionnaires, and then we did also stress test. This was important because, you know, as a human beings, we are all a little bit different. And this stress test revealed for us what kind of personal stress response each test subject had. And similar moments were also carried on each test site. And here is also one example about PPG signal from closed eyes, eyes open, and stress test conditions. So you can see that there are certain differences in the signal we recorded. After this, signal processing was made, and we calculated two distinct parameters, well-being parameters, because we can say that people can be characterized by brain and heart. So we decided that, okay, we will have one well-being parameter or score from brain signals, and second one from heart or cardiovascular signals. And then, of course, we can integrate, if needed, those into one psychological well-being score. And note that well-being in our concept is inversely proportional to a corresponding level of stress. So, and Victoria will tell about spatial parameters.
Yeah, because these parameters, like psychological and physiological well-being, were also correlated against the spatial parameters. We wanted to know what kind of environments contribute to well-being of urban residents and which parameters actually have negative effect. And we had two scales for measuring. First of all, we had a district scale. We have defined Narva districts ourselves based on urban pattern or how the buildings in the cityscape are arranged. And here you can see our own new district map. And we also had a site scale. And the site scale was related to how people perceive the space. For example, if we have a measurement point here, what is the perceived boundaries of the space? And here you see all the spaces with the boundaries. And we measured parameters based on open urban data registries. Apparently, Estonia has quite good data. We retrieved quite a lot of information, and we combined, mixed and matched the data in QGIS, and we came up with our own methodology, which combinations work best. I will not reveal them all because this is a commercial secret at the moment, but we measured the percentage of permeable and impermeable surfaces. We also measured the percentage of tree canopy coverage. We also measured walking path coverage in the neighborhood. We measured noise or to be correct, we calculated noise. We also identified the points of the interest, and we also measured how complex is the vista. So, for example, if you are standing here, how complex is the view that you see? And we came up with the following results. We had results per district, and we had results per site. So if you are here in the red zone, that means that you perform maybe really bad. In the yellow zone, yeah, you perform okay, but there is still space for improvement. And if you are in the green zone, that means that you are really doing well. For the site, this was not straightforward. We couldn't do this traffic light, but for the site, we were more interested if there are any correlations of these spatial parameters with different physiological and psychological parameters. So these results per site are slightly different. Then probably Ivo will talk a little bit about the results.
Yes. So the main question was, how do people feel physiologically and psychologically in the living districts in Narva? And our results revealed that, yes, there are some differences. So you can see from the psychological results that there is certainly one district which seems to be statistically higher in relation to others. And this is valid almost for all different aspects from psychological results. And also, there are some statistical differences from the brain signals. So, for example, one district, Uusküla, seems to be statistically higher from well-being recorded by brain signals compared to other districts. And moreover, more statistical differences appeared between different districts regarding cardiovascular signals. So people perceive physiologically differently those different districts in Narva City. But is this physiological well-being related also spatial urban parameters in the test sites? So can it be useful also for city planners? We made also some study of this, and you can see that if on the horizontal axis we have average of spatial parameters, including the complex of parameters Victoria presented, and here on the vertical axis we have average of physiological well-being, then they are very strongly related. So there should be mechanisms for urban planners to increase well-being through paying more attention to certain spatial characteristic aspects in the city planning process. What was even more interesting and intriguing was that when we related also psychological parameters to physiological parameters, the correlation was much weaker. And even for this set of data from spatial parameters, this psychological response was also rather moderately correlated. So this means that probably all or both of psychological and physiological data release unique information which can be utilized. And there is still question how to relate more those psychological parameters to those spatial parameters we explore.
May I add here? We still, actually, when we reviewed also physiological parameters, maybe the statistical correlation is not that strong, but nevertheless, if you look at all the parameters one by one, they provide insightful data about the quality of the built environment, because we are asking questions which were related about restorative effect, cultural effect, etc. And this is still very important data. Maybe it's not really correlated with the well-being, but it's related to how people perceive the space. So it's a bit different aspect, I would say, which is still very, very insightful.
Yeah, research is not done yet.
Yes.
So as a summary from a scientific perspective, we can say that we made first of its kind attempt to estimate physiological well-being in an urban space using multiparametric physiological measurements. Then we also succeeded to show that there can be statistical difference between different urban sites regarding physiological signals. And it was interesting that there is, at least for our study, strong correlation between physiological and selected site-specific spatial parameters. And some lessons we learned from this. We were very happy about partner city Narva. We had very good collaboration. Then we are happy that this novel method seemed to work, at least on some extent. And we are also happy that our project results will be taken into account in the Narva General City Planning. And next step is that we should simplify, at least make an attempt to simplify our measurement setup and measurement procedure. And now, please, our architect or city planner.
Shortly about Narva. Narva is situated east of Estonia, near the border Estonia and Russia. And Narva is third biggest city in Estonia. Unfortunately, Narva history starts from 13th century, but unfortunately, Narva infrastructure and buildings destroyed almost totally during Second World War. And what that means that nowadays Narva is infrastructure and buildings are built during 50s till 80s, it's Russian time, and most our city environment is very similar, very different districts, but they are quite similar situation and looks very similar. Narva is created for almost 88,000 inhabitants, but Narva decreasing very fastly, and at the moment lives in Narva approximately 54,000 inhabitants. And during this day when we had possibility to join with this pilot project, we had started already our comprehensive plan, and we had started already different researches, and we very much wanted to understand how people feel in Narva areas and why they want to move out from the city. And this project was especially good timing for us to make to have very good knowledge really how people feel about themselves in different places. Now, as you see, the biggest challenge for Narva City and for the comprehensive plan to understand how to direct our development plans in the situation where we are in such situation decreasing. And why we choose those places to the project? As you see, all those red names are different district in the Narva and different living areas. And those two blue names are two public spaces. And we had two important, for us important ideas why we choose those that, as we know, knew that Narva decrease. We wanted to understand, is it possible to predict those processes? Which district kahaneb?
To keep or
decrease faster than the others. Mm-hmm. And as we were doing comprehensive plan, then we needed to know where to put our effort and make the districts better than this kind of places where people anyway not feel so well. And for us, this is one information layer from our comprehensive plan where we already consider the results of this project. And what we are happy about, this research gave us knowledge and explained and helped to understand several processes in the city. It gave us understanding that not only green environment does not guarantee a sense of well-being, that there is many different layers what we need to consider, and mostly people need various urban spaces to feel well in the city space. What we will do better at the moment as a city, that when we started, we exactly didn't know how this work came out, but now we know that the goal needs to be taught maybe better than we thought at first. And for the future, we wish that maybe it's some possibility to assess the well-being of the residents for the assessments of the plan space with this tool that at the moment we assess existing places, but maybe it's possible to understand when we create new spaces that we can measure how do people feel themselves in different situations.
Thank you. And now very quickly. So we just, according to what Kalle said, virtual reality maybe can be one future of well-being score.
Yeah.
And what do we offer, Victoria?
Okay, basically we have two things. What's our value proposition? We propose two things. So we propose objective and evidence-based data of how people feel in different spaces of your city. And we can also provide data on some specific urban challenges based on urban big data. For example, walkability or lack of greenery or whatsoever. So, and how could it manifest in your city? For example, if you have a general plan Then we can provide an input for the general plan based on our data. And this picture is actually very important because when we did our research, we had also some spill-off or how do you pronounce it well, but spill-on effects. We discovered something which was not directly part of the project, but which provides very good urban insights. For example, if we combine our data layers, then we can see, for example, from which building you have access to urban greenery, for example, where urban greenery is within the 200-meter radius, and which building don't have access. And we have multiple maps like this, and from there we can identify specific buildings where the residents face specific challenges. For example, they don't have any green spaces, they don't have any points of interest or whatsoever, and that means that urban planners have to work on that. So this is really actionable data for urban planning. And the second set of things is a tool to measure the impact of specific urban interventions. So for example, you had a parking lot in the city center, like Petriplatz, for example, and then you redesigned the square, and you can objectively measure how it impacted the well-being, in which space people feel better. And we are also planning to do so not only for urban spaces, not only for open spaces, but we are also thinking about providing this service for different factories or big campuses. We can also measure the well-being of citizens indoors. And we are also currently thinking of VR. If you evaluate different options or scenarios for space development, if in VR you can already estimate how people would potentially feel in that space in the future. So, and we basically propose 7 steps. So you can either start with the master planning level, and you can go through all 7 steps, or you can focus only on specific places. So, and for the service, please contact Ivo and also Kalle. Kalle is over there.
Yeah.
Will you conclude?
Yes, thank you very much. And here is our team.
So any questions, comments, ideas? Okay, 2, 3.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, I have a question. You mentioned about physiological parameters that you collected, and you had some candidates and started to collect the data related to candidates. And you mentioned actually skin temperature. And my question is, did you consider different level of activities for people and different actually clothing level? Because as we know, I can call thermal understanding and thermal comfort of people when they are exposing to different parameters of weather conditions are different, and their skin temperatures will be different when they have different clothing and different activities level. Mm-hmm. Yeah, or maybe you consider these parameters as equal for all candidates that you collected data.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very important issue to address. So we tried to take account this, especially outer temperature effect. And for this reason, both studies were performed in very short and intensive period to have similar outside temperature for all tests. And also we actually calculated relative values. So we tried to normalize or cancel out absolute value effect. So, but yes, this is important. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, my name is Einari Kisel. I'm from Thalfeldt too. The challenge you took, that bringing correlation into human behavior, I appreciate that. My question, and maybe as a potential proposal, is to test your model. That have you considered to run that test in a sport event? Because when we are talking, or you are talking about the happiness, then we can see on a global level in football or in Estonian level in basketball, who is really happy and who is unhappy. So that if you run your model or methodology there, you should get really, really good correlations. And in that case, it's definitely evident that this methodology is running. So thank you from my side.
Thank you. This is a very interesting proposal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will think about that in future pilots.
Yes. But in this case, we should have equal proportion of for both teams. So
Hello, I'm Mark from City of Tallinn. I appreciate the case study you did on Narva. There should be more of these kinds of things, in my opinion. What was left a little bit unclear for me was that since it was in a focus of city planning, right? So did you have any insights on, I don't know, city planners do less XYZ, do more XYZ, or no?
Can you elaborate? You like to see more specific parameter relationships or what in multidimensional space? Or?
Yeah, since it was focused on city planning, right? Not on other social dimensions of access to services, etc. It was focused on city planning. Then I was wondering if you had any insights on what should city planning, on what they do, like green spaces, walkable paths, as you mentioned. But do you have a concrete toolkit for like do more of these things? These things have been proven to be helpful, and do less other things.
Yes, thanks. Something which was not shown here, but something that we did, we also did the evaluation of the whole city and identified the problematic spots. For example, places where people, as I already said, had less points of interest around, no green spaces, a lot of unpermeable surfaces. So of course, if you improve, if you have more permeable surfaces, more places of interest, more greenery, these things help. But we shouldn't forget that each city is individual, and also some things that people consider good or bad or preferable or non-preferable are also very individual. For example, some people prefer to live in more quiet areas next to greenery. Some people prefer more dense or hyping urban environments like shops, cafes, etc. So this is very complex question, and concerning maybe recommendations for urban planners, in this particular pilot, we didn't research city planning process, but this would be a very interesting topic for the next pilot to see how really the decisions are being made and where can we improve. And then we can already say to urban planners, stop doing this, do more that, but this would be related not to specific spatial parameters, but more of decision-making patterns within the city. So then we will be able to say that.
I'm Rebecca from Tartu, and I agree with Victor. It's a very complex question measuring psychological well-being. And since there were already a few suggestions, so I thought I will just join up and just throw up the idea of joining your forces with social sciences experts, because there are also maybe many other factors that play a role here. Like, for example, the previous experience. Maybe the subject had a good experience on that in the childhood in that district and not in another one, and so on and so on and so on. So this is, and it's also as I also represent the Horizon Europe framework program. So since this collaboration with SSH experts is very important. So it's a plus for whenever you will apply for more grants and funding. And also, and another thing I was thinking, I think your data is also could be very useful and joined with the economic geography studies, because they study also the migration flows, the urbanization, concentration, etc. And this might be very, your data would be very probably insightful for them too. So just some thoughts and ideas.
Actually, I know that in Aalto, they did very interesting research and they adapted practices from design studies and they did resident profiling. And in total, they had 4 categories and they were in terms of more sociable or less sociable person and also lifestyle preferences like more dense urban environment or more rural environment. And I think also if you plan the city, you have to keep in mind these different personas or different resident profiles with different preferences, and you have to provide spaces for all of them.
Okay, I think we can, it continues, the pilot work and discussion, but we can thank Wellbeing for the... Now the question is also quite simple, but how did you get here? Did you come on foot? Did you cycle? Did you take the scooter? Did you drive a car? Did you take the taxi? And what do you think what you will be doing in future? So we will have Raivo Sell and Tanel Tammela giving you a perspective what happens with future mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralf. Yes, always happy to be last in the session. So everyone is very dedicated to the presentation, but I tried really to little bit catch up with the time that we have a lack of here. But yes, our project is about future mobility and focuses to the public transport. But of course, the mobility is right now in the bigger times of changing. So it's not only the public transport, but we see a lot of changing in logistics and also all mobility connections. So. But yes, the problem what probably not only the city of Tallinn, who is one of the partner, and Rae, another partner, but all other cities in Europe and elsewhere have some issues with the public transport. So it's usually the citizens are complaining about it. They are not happy. There are definitely, maybe in the Tallinn sometimes they are more happy because it's free, but nevertheless there is many complaints still. And it's not, especially in the rural areas where there's not that frequent connections. Buses are empty, but in the same time, they're coming at wrong time, so there's no use of this. And we do have now a lot of new means of transport or mobility possibilities coming, like shared mobility, scooters. Of course, you can still walk, and many others. In addition, and what's actually our specialty is the autonomous vehicles. So yes, there are some let's say passenger cars, which most people know as autonomous, which are not. But like we already saw in the keynote speaker on the beginning, that these shuttle types of autonomous vehicles are probably the first which really enter into the let's say commercial business for the wider people, not only the warehouses or industrial zones, but also where you as a mobility consumers can actually use them and really drive with a vehicle which is autonomous in the sense that it doesn't have any more the steering wheel and other steering options. So this is what we are facing, and we have to deal with it because the cities are interested to bring these vehicles to the roads, but there are many, many issues. And this maybe some couple of terminology that is really hot at the moment, but which actually not well understood completely. One is the mobility as a service, so that our understanding about mobility is changing, so that many young people actually doesn't make driving license anymore because they don't see any hard reason to own the car because there are many options. And if you move further in, I don't know, 5-10 years, probably we can have a pretty solid mobility service so that we just pay the monthly fee as we do for the mobile phones or internet right now, and then we have a reliable mobility service for me. Is it served by the buses, trains, shuttles, autonomous vehicles, or scooters? So it's all must be combined together. So then we can actually move really in another level of mobility. And it also applies very much that people who have limited access right now to mobility, older people, kids, whoever who might have right now kind of dependent on other people's. And another hot topic is demand responsive transport. So we have to deploy some more flexible transport solution, not just the schedule-based lines, which serving one per day, some certain areas where one person actually needs to get to the city. So this demand responsive transport takes into account the real demand and then uses all the vehicles or transport equipment what we have efficiently and optimized way. So that's the goal. And what we did in this project is that we developed, I would say, we materialized the vision what we had, how this public transport system should be reshaped so that we can enable these kind of services and this kind of mobility. Because right now we have many transport service providers, trains, we have Elron in Estonia, several bus companies, every city has their own something. We have big players like in Estonia, the Bolt and Uber, and who also offer significant amount of mobility services, and so on. And if those shuttles are coming, so there is another companies who actually maybe offering the service based on the autonomous shuttles. But in the end, the user should have easy access to the mobility so that I can really get from point A to point B on time and in reasonable price. That I don't really want to buy 5 tickets in order to get here and look for different user interfaces. One has some web page which doesn't work. It's like, I don't know if someone, or probably some people have an electrical car, then you know what is the mess right now with the charging. I have in my phone 7 different apps for Estonian chargers. So, and half of them don't work usually. So it's really mess, and it's something similar is going to be in public transport, or it's already we are there kind of. So we need to solve it somehow. And what we proposed is that to have this kind of enabling software, we call it the middleware, which manage all these data connections. So if we want to really bring those different players together, then we have to have a kind of base system which is not belonging some specific company, but it's rather state-owned, so that different services, different functions of mobility can really connect it together. And what was really good or let's say advantage for us as we are in Estonia, that we have X-road system in Estonia for, I don't know, decades already for the government. E-voting and all this stuff is based on this X-road infrastructure, which is also server-side software. Usually, ordinary people doesn't have X-road on their mobile phone or somewhere, but they actually use this system or this, let's say, services daily basis probably. So what we did is that we took, as it's open source, and transferred it to the transportation solution. So build a messaging, synchronous and asynchronous messaging exchange core, which is very thin actually, and then we have adapters like this routing service, user interface adapter, transport service, ticketing service adapters, but different. Now the commercial versions can actually connect together. And of course, to test it, to pilot, we have to have some, let's say, required services, which is, of course, the big schedule-based transport system, trip planner. Then we have our new demand-responsive transport service providers, which was offered by the shuttles, AV shuttles, and of course, user interface. We didn't have a ticketing in our system and in pilot. But it's very important, I think, that this system is open in the terms that we can plug in the new services. Let's say, for example, someone wants to provide teleoperation for the shuttles or for the rented car, for example, like we have Elmo in Estonia. Then we can implement a new service, so we don't have to reshape or rebuild the new whole system. Because right now it's really problematic in cities. I know at least in Tallinn that they have service partner for 7 years, and they can't really do any new developments during this contract period. And that's what I think should avoid, because this area is reshaping very fast. So this is what we did as a main outcome, and then it's more not for the individual local government, what we're proposing, but it's more like, in our vision, at least for the state level, which should be implemented, at least as a recommendation. And some of the features of this system has been taken first as a requirement, and then what's the solution in our terms is that, of course, it must be secure, expandable, flexible, thin, that it's not very big system which needs 5 years development and then it's old already when it's deployed. But it should be kind of open source, but very thin, as it X-Road Estonian system is anyway. And then that's solutions how we did it. So I'm not going to very detail on that. We had a pilot in Tallinn Harbor where there was one demand responsible transport area served by Navia shuttle, which actually we took out of the original software and put it open source software instead of this. So it's the vehicle is Navia, but the software is actually different what's the originally. And then another hand was in the Rae County, as Tanel is representing here. So we wanted to test this system, what I just presented, how it's meant to be used. So there's very many different mobility options. So that starting from the Rae, which is suburban area from Tallinn, I think 10 kilometers out of the Tallinn.
From here, actually, it's like 3.5.
Oh, okay.
Really
but anyway, we have a different transport system, even in the small location, Tallinn system and your system. Yeah. So it means that if this person from the Rae, which is a good place for living, wants to get to the harbor and let's say go to the Helsinki. So there is if you have those last mile options, 5 or 6 different transport options in this way. So how to glue everything together, and that's what our system enables to do. And that's what we tested also. So in the Rae area was another demand responsible shuttle was serving, and that was from the different company. So the idea is also that we don't have the same, because in the future we can have 1/10 of these small shuttles companies like we have buses right now. So that was the pilot. And of course, in the middle of those areas is the classical public transport, trams, buses, also e-scooters. So you can change your route in the Ülemiste hub, which is going to be a Rail Baltic hub in the future. So it's quite a relevant corridor. It's not that long, but that has so many transport services in the middle of. And then another product, as we don't have much time, so I'm just jumping over, but you can ask maybe a couple of questions later. As already actually kind of touched today already, that what is the benefit of those autonomous vehicles is that, or initially it's not a benefit, but they have to have high-end sensors in order to be able to drive autonomously. It's not enough that I have one camera, it works. It's those small delivery Starship robots that have 8 cameras and they can handle, but those bigger vehicles, which needs much higher safety level, actually have usually cameras, lidars, radars, and so on, just in order to drive safely. At least we try to drive them safely. But we can do it when we are doing this, or then the vehicle is doing this, it's actually collecting lots of data around us. So what we can do, and what is the solution what we developed here is that we can store this data and then run some offline analytical tools, AI tools, in order to get additional benefit out of those shuttles. It's a little bit like Big Brother is watching, but that's the world that we are anyway. And of course, the privacy issues are very important here. But this is not what we are dealing in this project. So we show that what technology can do. We have developed a hardware kit, which means that doesn't have to be specifically the autonomous shuttle, but can be also mounted on another vehicle, just a human-driven vehicle. But we can have this data, and that's the open data set. So we do the post-processing on this data to get rid of all these privacy issues. And then this data can be used, whatever new functions or new services. A couple of examples, what we have proposed and what we have tested is that recognize or check that all of this traffic infrastructure is correct. We have issues like snow is covering them in the wintertime, or trees are growing so that actually the traffic sign is not visible anymore. No one knows. And some other application examples like e-scooter or speeding. We have radar, we can see what's the speed of all cars and other objects around us. Then we fuse it together with a camera image, and then we understand, okay, that was the e-scooter. the speed was like this, but the speed limit here is like this, so there is definitely an issue. Or wrongly parked car, or even how people behave if they are on sight of the vehicle. So that's pretty interesting what you can do. But we don't offer the ready-made application. We just show what can be done with this data, and there are definitely much better options. Bit of the project journey. It was actually, in general speaking, like any other project. So there's usual things like we have seen previous project that, yeah, you think that's straightforward, but it's not, and so on, and team work and everything. Maybe I just some of the specific to this program, because there's a new round is coming, and maybe there are people in the audience who would like to apply. So I would say that it was quite well financed. So I didn't feel that I have lack of money, for example, in this project. And it's definitely initiated very good new collaborations. So I think some of the results we can even see here. And the outcome is really practical. So we actually also building a new shuttle on the frame of this project, but because of the last issue, so we are not ready yet, unfortunately. And that was one of the lesson that we was initially planning to show that how in Estonia we can convert electrical car, which have an end of the life, into the autonomous shuttles, what we have done before. But thanks to this project, it turned out that it's not profitable, at least as a public body. For the commercial companies, it's probably a different story. But as a local government, don't do that. So we hoped, actually, we really thought that it's because in Estonia we have 500 Mitsubishi electrical cars, which seems to be very good to turn into the fleet of autonomous shuttles. But in reality, it's a bit different. That many things why it's like this, but I'm not going to cover this. What I'm unhappy with this project is that the bureaucracy of assessing the results, not in the finance side, but I think in the government or whatever, whoever is exactly assessing us, as really looking for papers more than what's real outcome. So if you do this project, remember that paper matters. Which it was very surprising that we're still there in Estonia. Sorry. What we do further, there are many research perspectives. We do already, but definitely we continue. And just coming back to the first speaker here, the safety is most critical issue anyway, and there is a basically unsolved domain. And you have seen probably that big car players, car manufacturers, Ford, Tesla, 5 years ago, they announced that, okay, 2021, we have full self-driving on the road. Then they postponed it a couple of years. And now no one tells anymore the specific date that, okay, now we're going to deliver this. So there are actually many technical details or small things, big things, which still needs to be a lot of development. And as further we go, we see that actually this time when we really can see, okay, yes, there is a self-driving, full self-driving, which drives like a human being, it's actually going further and further from us. So it's, there are technical challenges, there are social acceptance challenges we have seen in very many directions, passengers, pedestrians, other drivers. Verification, validation, what was already discussed in the beginning. AI, of course, directly affecting, and if the AI is driving, let's say, the car, then it's a bit different story that it's running somewhere in the computer. And if you're asking stupid question and it's wrong on these answers, you're laughing about that. But if it's driving your bus where you're sitting in, then you don't laugh anymore if the AI is doing wrong, something there. So the level is quite different. And we have some practical maybe project what we are looking further, which should come quite soon, is the radar-based navigation and green mobility hub. The green mobility hub is the Interreg project that we have submitted together with Hämeenlinna, who is the coordinator and also the partner from Sweden, to set up the kind of local hubs where we can orchestrate this kind of mobility services in the area, like let's say Thalfeldt campus or let's say Rae Järveküla area, we see that there is a need of human control in different directions. Teleoperation, fleet management, charging, helping maybe people, help desk, all these kind of things. So it's not that let's just deploy tens of shuttles and they manage the mobility solved in there. So it's not going to be like this. And cybersecurity and stuff like this. And then what is outcome of the project as a service? So we have developed, it's not fully ready, but it's almost that we can do this as a service to help the local governments to procure the autonomous shuttles. There is a huge interest around the world that local governments want to deploy them, but we have done this through and we know what's possible, but the local governments doesn't have this expertise. So we are here to help them, and not only just consulting, but making really the digital twin out of the place where you want to deploy the shuttle, putting the particular shuttle in this area and running thousands of simulations to understand how it really works. Because it's actually dependent of the software version what's running. You can have the same area, same vehicle, but the software update can mess up things. So, and this is going to be more and more the issue. So we have to simulate them because we can't test all software updates if they come like, let's say, weekly basis. But we can simulate them and at least get some security or safety level. Yes, an observation. I think I skipped that because I just had 1 second left, but it's also gone now. So I gave a couple of words to the Tanel also that summarized the Rae perspective, who was our, I would say, most valuable partner in this project. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, my name is Tanel Tammel and I'm from Rae municipality. I'm deputy head there, and my responsibility is like this kind of innovation and development side of the municipality. So we are actually the fastest growing municipality in Estonia in over 10 years. So and over 10 years, our people have grown so much that there's a lot of new people there, and our average age is 33 years actually. So it's
right,
really
like Florida.
Yeah. So it's really good place to have a demo and pilots, and because so much is changing all the time, and so we can adapt this kind of project really good. So we started it was 2.5 years ago. So and I was there actually from the start. So firstly we made the survey, and some of the survey results you can see here. So it's there was over 800, almost 900 responses. So maybe because there was 80% of population said that they would like to try the self-driving bus and bus without the driver as well. And when we asked that, will you allow your child also to use it when there is no driver, then it dropped to the 30%. So nobody wanted to. Okay, 30% wanted, but still. But it was really nice to see that quite most of the people want to try it. And then now we went to the pilot, then we saw also that there was really high percentage who tried. So we made the yellow line here is 1 mile, a little bit over 1 mile. So we made 2 main stops, which is bus station, one at Tartu Maantee, it's the one at Tartu Road, and the other one was Sõnajala kindergarten. So and all those few points there is demand stops. So you can demand the bus there, and the bus, and you have to do it a little bit in advance, and then the bus will be there. So, but let's say mostly the bus was tested without this advanced ordering actually. So actually in the kindergarten there is 120 children, and they all tried, and also they're quite many of their parents tried it, because they are also those children are from this area. And they tried it in the morning and in the evening. So they they took the bus to the kindergarten and back. So it was nice to see. And one thing more, that actually we thought that they will use the bus when there is a raining or bad weather, but actually then there was no people driving it. And when there's a really like a sunshine, then there was like 30 people an hour. So still the people go outside in Estonia when it's like good weather. So yeah, it was really interesting. And then we had the demo actually like 3 weeks. Let's say I think when we think about the future, we should have it in like half a year, and then have like 3 or 2 buses, and then we can like have more this kind of demand stops, and maybe we have like better results. But it was really nice.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and maybe one aspect just to add that this demand responsible transport actually means that it's not a taxi service. So what we actually also missed on the beginning, but actually we understand pretty soon, that you have to make your order in advance, so that you place your order, for example, for the next day, that I want to be at work. And then this route here is showing that the stops, but these are virtual stops. So then this route will be actually generated according to the demand. Not that I'm driving just, again, like a schedule base. So it's very important that it's not a taxi service, but it's also not the schedule-based bus service. It's actually drives when it's needed, but it needs to know advance. So, and people miss that probably, that, okay, why the bus is not here, I want to drive. So it's also that we need to educate people how to use this new system.
Yeah, mostly they actually stopped the bus, just stopped there.
That wasn't the idea, but yeah, that's what we learned. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raivo and Tanel. So we have 31 minutes until we come back, but we will open the floor for questions. So if you have questions, please, yes, we can start with 10.
Yeah, it's me again. I see kind of common thing with Rahul's presentation, and you both started with showing the complexity, that it's a complex system, there are a lot of players, there are a lot of developments, and then you both focused on this autonomous shuttle. So, but did you also tackle the dynamics of everything else? Because yeah, you are solving it in the realm of today, but everything is developing. Other means of transportation, bicycles, private scooters, pedestrian movement, growth of or decrease of cars, and so on, and it all will affect what you're building.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm personally leading autonomous vehicles research group, so that's my specialty. Even in the autonomous vehicles, there are huge domain that you need to solve. Starting with like this communication with a pedestrian, what we have done, cybersecurity, teleoperation, sensor fusion, so on, so on. Then if you shrink it together with public transport, like shuttle type, it's quite different from the passenger car autonomous vehicles. They're low speed, use totally different sensor. Even there are a lot of do. And that's that we can actually expand this area, like to the public transport and all aspects you also mentioned, but there are millions more. It's just expanding. So you can't deal all of this. So you have to set somewhere the focus, but we are totally aware of this. And that's what we're also trying to present, that autonomous vehicles or autonomous shuttles are not as a usual vehicle. It's connected. So it's going to be anyway the connected vehicle with the infrastructure, with the systems, with the people in different way, with other drivers, different way as a vehicles is right now. And they're going to be a part of the mobility solution, not as a vehicle what, I don't know, City of Tallinn will buy 100 shuttles and we put them on the serve the Mustamäe, for example. It's not going to work like this anymore. But we can't solve all the problems.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very much aware of that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. But in this case, before we go to, and we had quite good discussion with Raul's presentation as well on autonomous vehicles, and some questions, comments are actually the same. So I would say that let's take a break before we go to Amsterdam and before we open for the first time what are conditions for the new piloting round. So please come back 3:15 and let's have a break. And we have to thank, obviously, team once again.
Yes. Can I make a last minute change in my slide? Now it's
nii, ma tahan ka nüüd seda kuidagimoodi, ma jälle panin sellise kleidi selga, kus ei ole vööd. Üks ei ole veel, ma ei tea, midagi ei ole, aga tead, kuidagi siia taha vist saab panna sulle selle mikrofoni või? Siia või? Jah. Mina olen Külle. Nüüd meil ongi kaks naist on Külle ja siis Leoni, kes räägime. Ja ülejäänud me teeme selle lõpuga. Paneeli on.
Kellel see on siis see?
Me anname ta käest kätte, see, kes vastab, selle kätte anname.
Okei, nii et teil ja...
Minul ja Leonil on peamikrofon ja siis paneeli kätte anname, sest minu pärast esimesena Martini kätte. Okei, ma pean vaatama siia.
Minu jaoks alati jälle, minu jaoks
ka parem kui pea, kuna ta Zoomis on, keetud mikrofoni ära, see ei kuule.
Okei, ma vaatan.
Aga ma olen ka eksinud seal.
Ühe silma oleme hästi nii ära ruumena, lähme unestama. Ma olen 4 päevad maganud. Öösel ma olen päevad maganud. Selline energia rohkem kodus, ma ühe silmaga vaatan, see on haige silm. Ma tunnen ära, pingutan nii palju, et hästi. Esimene 3 päeva võib magada.
See vist ainuke on see, mis selline defineerimine.
See on täiesti suur praegu.
Normally I take care of
Ja, ühe nime
Amsterdam. So thank you so much for coming in person, and the floor is yours.
Already, yes. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to close the door if you don't mind. Yeah. And I'm just going to wait a minute. Well, thank you so much for having me, and I really hope I can be of some sort of inspiration after all these talks you already had. And like Alan said before this afternoon, I myself already am very inspired. So many projects I saw and so many insights I already gained, which I will take back to Amsterdam and wherever I go. And I hope to get to give something back to you guys. Well, at first, my name is Leonie van der Beuken. I am the program director of Amsterdam Smart City. And we're an innovation platform existing already for about 15 years. Started as a project organization and has grown into a program organization. And our motto is this: we can create better cities, and we need to create better cities, neighborhoods, and streets for all. So this means everyone within our city. And the first word is very important as well. It's about together. No one can do it by itself. You shouldn't even want to, because it's much more fun if you do it together. And if we talk about smart cities, there has been a lot of talking about this today. It's not about creating the smart city at all, of course. It's about creating this livable, sustainable, green, healthy, fun, and so forth city. This is what we're doing. But it's also very important to know it's not only for our inhabitants. It's for the people who visit our cities, coming over to work, or to play, or to go to a theater, or visit their relatives. It's for the people worldwide. So with anything we do within our cities, we need to take into account the people living outside of our cities in place or in time, people that have yet to come for a very own planet. So that's very important to us. So that means that there's a lot of stuff to do because a lot of people still are lacking good quality of living within our cities, don't have access to affordable mobility, don't have access to clean air, and at least in the Netherlands, lots of people don't have access to affordable energy. People really suffered the energy crisis last winter. We spent lots and lots of less of gas last year, not because people wanted to, but just because they couldn't afford to turn the heating on. So people are lacking. I don't know if you are familiar with the donut, but people having a shortfall of quality of life everywhere in the world, but even in our own city, even in a city as rich as Amsterdam. But still, if we improve these lives, we should improve the way our city is having an impact on the world, the outer boundaries of the donut. So I'm going to get into that later, but if we have an electrical car, still that's nice for us because the air is cleaner and less noise pollution, but any electrical car needs to be produced and makes a mess somewhere else. So let's try to do better. So this is where we aim at. For every project being done within our program is aiming at getting within the green circle. And it takes an ecosystem. I already said it's about working together, and it takes an ecosystem to accelerate. And lots of time when people talk about ecosystems in our world, it's about dots and knots and stripes and stars, but an actual ecosystem looks like this. It's about plants and animals and stuff. Some are eating the other, competing, fighting, or not knowing each other. But so there's a lot of going on within the ecosystem. But it's strong, but also very fragile. Take some animal out, take some plant out, or put anything new in, and it needs to find a new balance. So for me, this picture is very inspirational because if we talk about working together, knowing it's not that easy. I've had so many talks today already about the difficulty of what the city needs or the university needs, the timelines, procurement has come over again. So every bit of a problem we have is within the difficulties of having this ecosystem. Still, getting it work is fantastic and it's fun to do so. For us, Amsterdam Smart City, as I said, it's a program, it's an innovation platform existing already for 15 years. And what we do is try to bring together the change makers all over the world, connect them, build trust. That has been said today already as well. And what we most of all do is creating this open space, this inviting space for cooperation and innovation. This means we put high on the agenda the urgency of what is happening in the world, but we also put high on the agenda trust and fun, because these are necessary to have this cooperation and this creativity. If I don't have trust, if I'm not sure if I'm going to share my dilemmas with you and you're going to take it elsewhere and make fun of me, I will never share my thoughts again. And if I don't share my thoughts and my dilemmas, I need to solve it all by myself, which is far slower than working together. So for us, having this trust and this fun inspires creativity, is for us a driving force to have this innovation. We do so, and that has been said as well today, in a so-called quadruple helix system. So not only companies, cities, and knowledge institutions, but also the societal organizations, which truly help us to have any innovation being adopted and adapted within the real world. For example, these shuttles, how do people interact with a shuttle when you're inside or outside the shuttle? And we have this program and all these various projects and stuff going on, and people go there where the energy is. So you only work together on a project which is relevant for you, or you think not so much relevant, but I have a bit of information or knowledge, I can share it with you, can help you along, and then I step out again. So this is a very agile way of working. There's much more to tell about our organization, which I'm not going to do in order of time. This I would like to share with you. For us, last couple of 6-7 years when we started this way of working, we do not have goals anymore. We have themes where we work on, but we let go of the goals. Because before, it took too much time to define the goals and the KPIs. We said, well, let's not do that. Save us some time, but what we do have is values. So what is binding us together is not where we're going from, but where we're starting from and the viewpoints where we are working from. So everyone is very different and everyone brings his own viewpoint and experience together, but we have the same values, which means that any innovation we do, it needs to be human-centric. Could be a citizen, could also be the elderman who needs to sign off for the innovation being implemented, could be the co-worker who used, for example, to be on the road checking the garbage and now needs to get in and loving his job being outside. Now he needs to get inside being this monitor worker. It's a huge change of work. So whatever you do, it's human central. Doesn't mean we don't change, but take in mind for whom you're doing it. Of course, when it's about smart city needs and algorithms and AI as open and transparent as possible. Public value, very important to us, and it has been talked about a lot. Drones, for example, you can use it. Sometimes I read it in the paper. Now you can have your French fries flown over in 10 minutes and they will be perfectly warm. This is not a good use of scarce airspace and all the electricity and carbon and anything being used for this innovation. Whatever we do with smart innovation, being using electricity, lithium, and so forth, and so on, let's make it of public value. And the drones example of Ireland was a really good case of where you should direct your attention to. Last but not least, it's about learning by doing. We cannot design an innovation perfectly at once. It needs to be iterative. And any time when you fail, or you fall off, someone else will help you and work along. So you have this mindset of continuously improving and being perseverance. So these are the values that bind us together, which helps us to cooperate. I was asked to tell a bit about what is happening with car sharing in Amsterdam. And well, one of the main reasons why you should share a car is because the most sustainable car, we can make it as sustainable as possible, but the best car is the car that isn't there. Because even if we have electrical cars, we don't have enough lithium, cobalt, and still it is increasing. It's getting better, but still anything we don't produce, better. And why not sharing it? So it's about car sharing. And it has huge positive effects. We've seen it in Paris, of course, after COVID came, immediately all the car parking was thrown out and people could sit on the street. This is a street in Amsterdam where the parking spaces were taken out and people could actually sit. And this is not a bar. This is just people sitting in their own front yard now. I will not read it. Still, it is, of course, we know why do you do car sharing. Again, the benefits are very locally. less cars, less pollution, and so forth, but also globally, because we don't need to put this production of all these materials while most of the cars are standing still most of the day. It's taking up place and resources we should not have. In Amsterdam, the first car sharing, maybe you know this picture, this is about 1974. And this was called a WIT car. This was the very first electrical car even. It could be shared, but it was a totally failure. So it took us about 50 years to get to car sharing again. The main reason why it failed was that there was not enough demand for cars and public, and you could easily park anywhere, and it was very cheap to use a car, so there was no driver for change. But again, this was the very first one. Has had happened a lot since. So we have this classic car sharing, of course, where everywhere and on certain spots in the city, you will find a car to be shared, or it's free floating. We have this peer-to-peer platforms. And what also had happened at first, it was about shared mobility. It was about shared cars, and now shared mobility is being expanded to any type of vehicle at all. And what we also are seeing the last couple of years is creation of hubs, so where we all bring it together. One of the major problems, at least in Amsterdam, is the financial viability of car or any fleet sharing. And I've shown this with this map. This is, for example, the Car2Go, the Share Now area. Lots of parts of Amsterdam are being left out. Car sharing or any type of vehicle sharing still is limited to the areas where it's dense. And unfortunately, the people where there is no shared car system are also the people who are lacking public transport. And they're also the people who are lacking their own money to buy a car. So another reason to rethink how we are going to do with car sharing and creation of hubs. Can we focus on these areas? Well, I brought some examples of our network. Like I said, I'm not a project network anymore, so I'm going to show you the results. Some others, I also always happy to tell about what other people are doing within our network. This was in 2018, it started, the announcement in 2019, it became implemented. It was, what is really the driver for change for people? Why would they swap in their car and start car sharing? To learn about that, citizens were invited to hand over their car. It got parked for 6 months. And in exchange for that, they got a monthly budget. At first, it was about maybe 1,750 euros, and already very fast they diminished it, because 500 euros a month is far enough. You can go by taxi, by bus, by train, anything. People really learned that having your own vehicle is financially much more interesting than having it for yourself. And the major outcomes was some people after the testing period really said, well, I don't want ever to have my car back. Give me my car sharing budget. And these were people who had never done it before the testing time. Some did not. Other people finally learned how much, what really mobility is worth. And what they also learned is that the driver for change for these people who handed over the car was not the money, but the improvement of public space. So some people said, okay, if I'm going to hand over my car, my parking permit is going to be passed on someone else in the neighborhood, then I'm not going to swap it. I'm not interested in the money, I'm interested in the public space. So only if that is going to be improved, I will change. So that was an important learning, which helped, for example, in this project, it's called the Buurt Hubs. So small, large, very micro hubs, where we have this very micro, I'm sorry for the picture being stretched, different kind of vehicles you can use. And this is also different providers. Again, this is the problem which was touched upon before. This means having about 4 apps in your telephone, which is not so nice. And some of the people we are testing it and scaling it, because mostly the outcomes are positive. The negative outcomes are the amount of apps, and some people are annoyed because there's very limited space in Amsterdam. Now we have these design spaces for these vehicles. For example, in my neighborhood, these cargo bikes are put onto the sidewalks. why isn't it taking the place of a car? Why is it taking the place of a pedestrian? So there's a battle of space going on, and where do we put this hub? Which is an important learning. If we're really going to create much more hubs, we are lacking space. We really need to rethink where we're going to do this, maybe in the gas stations, which are in a city, but we need to think where we're going to put this. And of course, extract the parking lots of the normal cars. This is one of my lighthouse project, Mobility as a Common. We had talked about earlier today, mobility as a service. Then you as a citizen, you use whatever. Mobility as a Common is totally different because this is shared, really not only shared cars, rented cars, and mostly, this is actually shared cars between citizens. It's being very democratic. It's a cooperation that gets started. People share their cars, they make up their own rules and how they want to share the cars. And of course, this helps not only to have these less cars and so forth, but what we noticing are the shared ownership also improves the social cohesion within a neighborhood, because now people have to work together, talk to each other. And whenever people are sharing cars, mostly also starting to share other stuff or helping each other with the tax forms or whatever. So this is this is also having a social benefit. And we're also trying to have this as one of the many needed solutions for mobility poverty. So can we help people in these neighborhoods where there's no public transport, where there's no car sharing, commercial car sharing, can we help to put this? This has already been worked on for 3-4 years. It's going to start finally in September, even with EU funding. So the people working on this are really chapeau for their perseverance and their patience to not letting go of this, this idea. And the amount of people and organizations on the top who are working with it is growing, and it's neat. And so this is a growing ecosystem. The last one I'm talking about as an example, this is also very funny, but this is only launched in May. So this, a month ago. The traffic to it, it's in the Johan Cruyff Arena. So this is our big soccer arena of the city of Amsterdam. Any average game of soccer has an equivalent, the traffic of 40 times around the world. And any soccer game has an equivalent of 25 soccer fields of parking. So this has a huge impact on the world, of course, but also pollution within the neighborhood, cars trying to find a parking spot, redirecting. So we need to do better. And we are having lots of, we are trying a lot to get people out of the cars, but within this area, the public transport is already full. So it's very difficult to have more trains or more buses in. So now we're trying to do this car sharing again. And what the arena decided is their public is not so much interested in a better climate, I can't help it, but they are interested in fun and this fan experience. So the driver for change here, as I talked before, if you are innovating, please keep in mind for whom you are doing this. They said, well, the driver for change for these people is having fun, having the match is already starting in your car. So this is their driver of change about fun. And we're going to see how it's going to be, but it's also better for the climate, of course. They mentioned that as well. To sum up, because I was also asked to have some lessons learned, and not only the glory, but also the painful work. What we have learned is for now, and I see an L too much, if you want this car sharing to work, think broader, so not only private. This was the first, and the first car sharing options were actually not sharing, it's mostly rental. It's public, private companies, huge companies who have this app. But let's try to make this combination of private, public, classic, and so this free floating. And the province, for example, is trying to see if they can put some money, which you normally put into public transport, if they can shift it towards these car commons, these cooperation between citizens, and help them to be financially. The other, of course, is to have this combination of any vehicle at all. The obstacles, I mentioned a bit, are coming from everywhere. Financially being suitable is almost impossible. Like it is with public transport, it's also for this car sharing. That's why it's only in these dense areas for higher incomes. Of course, it's regulatory. For example, this common project and this car sharing is who is paying for the parking permit, who is paying for the insurance, how are we going to do so, spatial, where are we going to locate the hub? So many issues. And of course, for example, the one telling me about who's the project owner of this mobility as a common, his main obstacles were his own colleagues. It took him about 2-3 years to even get the idea adopted within his own circle of colleagues. I asked him, did it help? Well, one of the reasons why he now finally is becoming very successful is, of course, also these colleagues, because all the critical questions they asked, some were bullshit, but some were really actually good questions, and has helped him to provide for a better case. It's very important to interact with the ecosystem. This is why you are doing these pilots with Finnes as well. So you can really try out how is this working, how can it improve. And to sum up for the least, and I think that we also saw today with all these pilots, anything we do it is a solution, but it's not easy. So this car sharing, we need also, even if you get a lot of wind and blockages, I would really, and this is of course for any solution you were working on a pilot, we need to keep going and find someone who can inspire you or comfort you on a bad day, and again get inspired to keep working, because it really is, we need to get this world to be a better place. And I thank you for your attention. I was within time.
So we really need to learn from Amsterdam, first of all, how to be on time, and secondly, how to be fun. Because we have this engineering mindset when we are doing the pilots, that we need to contribute to climate and calculate everything from CO2 to euros. But actually, this is what attracts people.
We do the hard stuff as well, but we try to not only to do the hard stuff, well, the same as you do, having a drink and.
Okay, so we have some time for questions, comments. Who wants to start? I have several ones, but these are long and boring questions. So you can. Anyway, I wanted to ask you that in 2019, if there was this program that you could give your car away. Was there something that city was investing financially as well?
Yeah.
And what was the cost? Because and when did you do the logistics of that as well, that you actually collected? And what did you do with the cars?
The cars went into, we have some parking garages which are scarcely used. They were badly planned, so there's lots of empty space there. So the cars went over there, and people got handed over a budget finally from 500 euros a month. And they could use it for a taxi, for public transport, or a car rental, anything. And most of the people did not spend the 500 euros. So at first it was a bit more, then they learned it's way too much. So they cut it to 500, and still most of the people weren't able to spend even these 500. So this was the money. It was only a short period, and was only 2 times 30 people. So it was not a very costly experiment. And of course, the people joining the experiment were already the people interested in car sharing. So it's not a very randomized group of people, but at least it got some insights.
So that means that we have been discussing this mobility as a service concept that somehow started from Finland. And there has been so many ideas and concepts around that, but it seems that it is to some extent working, or was working in Amsterdam. Yeah. But then, and they actually took your car and then made it service. So that is very, very brilliant. But
and in addition to that, this learning period, this again is being adopted in the mobility as a commons. There, people are allowed to start their own cooperation. And again, because this is quite a step for some people to get rid of their car, and having to share with your neighbors, because it could enhance social cohesion, could also inspire neighborly conflicts, of course, if it's done bad. So they have this testing, this idea of this testing period is being implemented in this project as well. So this is why we always try to disseminate whatever learning there is, see if it can be adopted in another one. And the last reason for this testing period within this corporation is it's hard to start with a corporation, it's hard to get the finance and the bank account and the insurance. So they get a time of 6 months to, while they're trying to get all this in place. And in the meantime, the city is the owner and does take care of this practical stuff.
And I'm looking, okay, we have one question.
Thank you. My name is Einari Kisel, and just one question that actually, I was over the weekend in Amsterdam and noticed one thing that popped in my mind there, that, well, there is also a kind of shift of culture among the citizens there. What I noticed there is that actually the main priority for moving around is on bicycles. And actually the bicycles have even taken over the priority over the people who just walk.
Yeah.
That they are, say, even in the more such a stronger position than the just pedestrians there. That how do you comment that? Is there something that needs to be adjusted there, or?
I'm really ashamed. No, it's actually true. There's one shift going on that cyclists are becoming more and more important within the city, and they get more space. So we have these cycling streets. Before it was a street where we had cars and cyclists on the side. Now the main driver is a cyclist and the car is the guest. This is some sort of innovation where we're not trying to widen the space for the bicycles anymore, but just swap the default. Which to me is a very simple form of innovation, not high-tech, very low-tech, just swap the default, but it's an innovation in itself. Then the culture, the way we are cycling is terrible. We have so many accidents between cyclists and persons. There are some streets where we took out the cars, and that actually led to even more accidents, because when the cars were there, cyclists and pedestrians would take care of the car and of each other. And when the car got out, it became chaos. And I'm not sure, we're trying to do anything about culture, about making it more safe, having better designed roundabouts and crossings, but I still don't have a solution, because mainly I think we're very poorly educated and very egocentric to where we move. And this is becoming with these fat bikes and electrical bikes. Anyone who can do a pilot on showing us how to move around is more than welcome. It's a problem.
Okay. Yeah, just we have also online audience, and that is a moment to thank our own online audience as well, because we have approximately 100 people that have traveled through online as well. So yeah, that's the reason why we need to use the microphone.
Okay. My name is Themistoklis Haralambous. Themis for short. I'm from the University of Cyprus. And cars is the main means of transportation that we use. And what you have as an app here with giving a ride or taking a ride would be very, very, very useful for us, and in many occasions. The problem I see is first safety. How do I trust someone to get on a ride with? And the second thing, who should implement this so that people can use it? I guess it's for free, right? So maybe a company cannot do it. If the government doesn't do it, it means nobody does it, or you need an NGO. What's the idea behind this?
Of this car sharing as a common, you mean?
Sorry?
I'm trying to figure out this car sharing with people, between people?
Yeah, this car sharing, for example, if I want to take a ride with someone I don't know, how can I trust to get in a car I don't know.
Oh, this one, the one from the soccer stadium, for example. Well, they just, the other brave ones who are trying now, and we're trying to figure this out. So within this soccer stadium app, it's really people joining together. They are all Ajax fans, so they have this common ground of being at least in favor of the same football party, but you don't know. So this is, well, it's same with a ride share was picking someone up. You need to see, and they do the app does the matching. The paying is between the people and themselves. So if I'm the driver and someone else gets into my car, we pay with a ticket or any way of getting money transferred from the driver to the or the visitor to the driver.
Okay, so there is prepayment before getting into the car in a way.
I'm not sure. I think it's being done within the platform. I should need to ask. I can tell you later.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot.
It's just being launched and then hardly implemented. So I think this is one of the things we're going to learn.
Yeah, but I think we can give a big applause to Leonie.
Thank you.
Here. And now we will continue with Kalle Tärnov, Head of Innovation of Finance Center. And also she's opening the topic, what should we do with additional next batch of funding for new piloting ground. And hope this is the first time we are introducing it publicly. So please do comment and listen carefully.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm very happy that we had this Dublin and Amsterdam and Jacksonville case really enriching the ideas and experiences. So we are not just swimming with our pilots here. So you got good insights and inspiration. At least I got several ideas. And of course, I'm very, very proud of our 6 pilots because it was 3 years ago when we all started and we're quite fuzzy if something comes out of it and what comes out of it. But now we are really glad that we have 6 solutions and we're looking for follow-up cities really to take them up and get use of it. So we will contribute to those all 6 pilots to keep them alive and really make something out of it. But now, yes, I'm officially announcing the 3rd round of the Smart City Challenge Open. And as you see there, also there will be a 4th round coming soon with the same financing, but now we are starting with the 3rd round. So the kind of logic behind it that we always start with city challenges and really the needs of the cities. So it's not technology push, at least this is what we work for, but really on demand basis, what the cities really need. The resource we have is then the researchers, mostly from Thalfeldt and Aldo, but we are happy to hire more and more researchers globally into the center and involve them into the pilot projects and into our team. But what we want to become out of those pilots is really new products and services. So we should find out that the services also have someone who is ready to pay for that, who really gets the benefit and has the need, and not just a wish that it could be a better world, that definitely should be there, but a really concrete need to be ready to pay for. But yes, happy citizens, healthy planet, this is the thing that we are working for, and that should come along with the solutions. So the practical thing behind that it is really the structural fund or European Regional Development Fund money, also somewhat added up by the Ministry of Research and Education funds. And this finances is given to the Finance Center in order that we become sustainable and live kind of forever, become bigger and stronger and international research center. So really we want those pilots to grow, enrich our team and become scalable and really long-term solutions and business success. So in these 2 last rounds, we invest 8 million, and this will be distributed among 7 new pilot projects, 4 from the next round and then 3 from the last round. So as you heard also from the project, so we want really researchers from different institutes, from different domains to come together and build those solutions. And all the pilots, yes, should have also academic results, articles and researchers, but definitely the practical outcomes. And as said, scalable products or services is the goal of the pilots. And in each of the pilot in these new rounds, we want at least one Estonian city and at least one city from wherever in the world. So 2 cities from different countries to guarantee that we take into account this international environment and different conditions in different countries. So what do the cities get out of these pilots is really that, yeah, you can make a city a better living environment, more citizens, more taxes into your city. And really those pilots take into account your concrete conditions, so they are kind of tailor-made for you, for your 2 cities that participate in this city. And of course, we want the citizens to be engaged to really guarantee the sustainability, so it's not too much bottom-up, or top-down, sorry, but more really bottom-up, because we have seen globally that those solutions where the citizens have been really involved stay alive and keep on going. And as also talked in several pilots, it's not only the new technology, but we are working with the cities to really see how we could change the processes or should change, how we teach the personnel what to do with the processes so that these new solutions really become everyday practices, not just a one-time pilot. Of course, so in all the EU projects and also on the business side, there are key performance indicators. So concrete things, what we want to get out of those pilots. So these are the products and services that either we will be then offering to further cities, that will be licensed to private companies, or there can be also a spin-off company, as also happens in at least 2 cases in this round. Wider sense, of course, we want to see some impact for cities, for citizens, and of course also for the environment. And for research, the usual things, articles, follow-up, horizon projects, and also we want to build a strong team further and further. So in practical sense, we are having like middle-sized, that's 2 years, and then large ones that will be 3-year projects, but the phases are kind of similar. So the initial phase is really that those researchers and cities, researchers from different fields and cities come together and really still work. What is the solution? Maybe some further development, some research needs to be done. And then this middle year is this pilot to really do those pilots into cities and analyze the results and also put together the business plan. Then based on the business plan, we will evaluate it. If we see the potential, then we give the yes to the last period, and that will be then really preparation for the scalability and getting this solution more commercial and ready for the market. So financially, yes, as said, up to 3 years and up to 2 years, the middle-sized. Financially, the big ones will get nearly 1.3 million of financing, and the smaller ones, 860K financing. So quite some money to do great things. The process in kind of nutshell, we start with the city challenges, then we open these to the researchers. The researchers can propose initial solutions. Then we match-make the cities and researchers, and they form the teams. And they will then make us the initial proposal. Initial proposal is kind of 4 to 5 pages that they send to us. And then we have people from the ministries and also our own team who will do the initial evaluation. How much do we believe that these could become scalable solutions, and how much they could be needed not only for 1 or 2 cities, but really for many more cities and make an impact. Then we try to select 10 best ones, and they will get small financing for 4 months to really put together the full proposal, but also see their own internal motivation and also validate a little bit more the need and if this solution and the need really match, or was it just kind of illusion. And then they send us the full proposal. We have the International Evaluation Committee with the business team, research team, and then the public impact team who will do the evaluation. And then we execute those projects selected. And hopefully they become successful business-wise. We earn back from that and can start more and more pilots to have new solutions for the cities. So in more detail, of course, you don't need to learn it by heart. It will, some of it is already at our homepage, but it will be there in more detail also soon. But the first step is with the cities. So we expect to get 1 to 3 challenges from cities. So meaning per city, one city can send us maximum 3 challenges on 2 to 3 pages, easy form. And on August, we will have, August 23, we will have the webinar for the cities because it's international. So there we will explain a little bit more what's the expectation and what the challenge is. And then by the end of September, we gather the challenges. We hang these to our homepage so that all the researchers can read these and find if they have something to offer. And of course, we group them by theme and so forth, and probably there are cities that offer the same challenge. We will see, we will group this. And then in October 18, there is the workshop, again hybrid, because we have cities from different countries, where the researchers with some ideas in their mind can meet the cities and dig deeper to understand, okay, what's the problem really? Can this initially give the solution? What are the nuances? Because in paper it may seem one way, but talking to the cities it may be somewhat different. And then it's time for the researchers to really formulate their initial solutions. So by November 20, we are looking for those solutions from the research teams already. So these ideas again will be hanged to the homepage so the cities can read them. And then on December 13, it's time to matchmake and form the initial teams. So there the solutions and challenges already meet, and you can start to put together initial consortia, like these 2 cities minimum, one from Estonia, one from somewhere else, and the research team, so that you seem to like each other and cities feel that this is the solution that can help me. And then by the end of February, you send us this 4 to 5 pages put together already, the challenge and the solution, the initial team, and then we decide who are the 10 who really get this initial financing and start to go further. So what we are looking for in this first phase, as I said, so first is we as the center try to understand if this could be a scalable solution that we believe in, and that could bring us long-term benefits. And the ministries will look mostly like, is this very specific, only this one city issue? Or is it something that many cities in Estonia, probably also, I guess the problems are not too different, at least in Europe. So if that could be valuable for many other cities. So April and August is the time when we, together with those 10 teams, help to validate the need more, put together the full proposal, and this is financed about 14K, so we cover the costs of the personnel, or if some traveling, for example, needs to be done between countries or between cities. And then by August 22, we are looking for then the full proposals. There is the length is not limited, but we are not going to give the maximum points to the longest proposal, but really want to see the content of it. And as said, we will have in the evaluation committee, we'll have the business team, the research team, and then the public team. And each of them will evaluate only their criteria. Last time, as the ones who were participating, then we had 6, 7 committee members, and they evaluated all the criteria. This time we will do so that the business team evaluate only business side, research team only research side, so they really know in depth this side of the thing. And then we have the steering group who will hopefully confirm the decision of the best ones, the best points that were given to the evaluation committee. And then on November 1, 2024, we hope to launch 2 mid-sized and 2 large pilots. So the evaluation criteria, in short, they are of course described, will be on the homepage in more detail as well, but in general, these are these main 4 things. So what's there for the Estonian cities? So you could get really the tailor-made solutions for your needs nearly for free. We can also cover the personnel that will be working for the project, plus 15% of overhead. All the direct piloting costs are covered, but the kind of negative side is that, yes, unfortunately, we have to cope with the bureaucracy of the structural funds, so each single cost has to be proved. For the non-Estonian cities, so we're very happy to have you on board. Again, you can get this tailor-made solution together with Estonian cities, nearly for free. In your case, the budget of your costs will be inside our budget, so luckily you don't need to do any tendering, you don't need to deal with the bureaucracy, that will be handled by us. But that also comes that, unfortunately, we can't cover your personnel costs and we can't cover the investment costs. But all the piloting and development and traveling costs we can cover from our budget, so that's nicely done. And you have a great opportunity to work with these digitally advanced Estonian cities and maybe learn also something out of that and get this joint experience. And for the researchers, so you really can work on practical solutions with real cities, try out what is the practical value of the research, how it works in real life. So you can develop the solutions that may become really international success. You can be proud of in 10 years, maybe 30, 50 cities will be using it. Then working in these interdisciplinary teams is definitely a value. It's not easy, but definitely gives new insights into your research. And for researchers, yes, the costs are covered 100%, so no worries of that. So I guess researchers have used the Horizon projects. So this is not the Horizon project, and that was quite a challenge for us at the beginning of this round because the researchers expected it to be. So in our case, we really it's our investment, so we need to earn it back either with follow-up grants or then the commercial success of those solutions. We ourselves run the projects. So we are the Finnish Center is the project manager, so we also help with project management experience. And the intellectual property that will be created inside those pilot projects belongs to us, and we can license it out to private companies or the other parties. And yes, as already said, the European Regional Development Fund money comes with all its nice bureaucracy, but luckily we have our financial department helping us, and we are in good terms with the financier, but still everything has to be very properly done, otherwise we cannot help. So the financial logic, very shortly again, for the Finnish Center is that we got this European and Estonian taxpayers' money, these big millions, and now we are investing it into those new solutions, new smarty solutions, that we hope that will become also commercially successful, and we earn back from them. What we want to do with this money is to start new pilots. Probably in the beginning, we also need a little bit, this kind of state or EU money, and we combine it with this commercial success money, but in longer term, hopefully, we can manage without EU money and then less bureaucracy, hopefully, as well. So the next steps for cities, really trying to think what could be those concrete challenges that you'd like to have and need a solution to, and that are kind of complicated or complex enough that there is something for researchers to really find out and work out, then yes, you can already tomorrow on Monday, let's say, join for the webinar and register for the webinar in August, where we go a little bit deeper into this first phase. And then, yes, please send us your challenges by the end of September on 1 to 3 pages. We have a short template for that, nothing difficult, the usual things. For researchers, you have a little bit more time. So at the beginning of October, go to our homepage, get to know the city challenges. And then, yes, of course, during the summer, you can already dig in your drawers and see what's there, because I guess the city challenges probably won't be a too big surprise, so you can guess what's there. You can also scan the challenges, what we had this round. So we'll see what's there. Come to the October 18 workshop and really talk to the cities, try to understand them. Don't try just to sell whatever you have. And then we are waiting for your initial proposals by November 20. And from there, we will travel forward. So that was my marketing speech. But now I'd like to invite here also 2 researchers and 2 cities that they will give you also some more insight, some more honest insight, what it really means to do these kinds of projects. So Christian and Martin and Diana and Jaanus, can you please join me? They will bring you chairs as well.
And meanwhile, we can really mention as well that all the main credit for the first piloting program really goes to Kalle. So she has really been the kind of a circus director in that role, that it is not that easy to combine researchers and cities from different disciplines, from different countries, and then have them working culture in a systematic way. But Kalle has been really driving it. And also organizing this event has been her lead. So I'm just here as kind of assistant, taking some notes. What should I do? But yeah, like I think we can continue with the panel. And if you have some questions to Kalle, I think we somehow jumped over that one as well. But you can ask now publicly or when later.
Yeah.
As well.
So let's get some insights from them, and then yes, the floor is open for all the questions because you may have, because it's somewhat technical. But yeah, I think we would start with the researchers. We have Christian here from the Wellbeing Score project and Martin, who you already heard from the DigiAudit project. So really, how is it from the researcher's point of view to be in a pilot project? How would you describe what is a smart city pilot? Christian, maybe you start, as you haven't been on the stage yet.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I just perhaps also explain in a couple of words of my background. So my background is in biomedical engineering. So also, I guess that the experience also depends, like what is the discipline where you are in. What is my experience? It's been a quite intensive run, I would say. So our project lasted for 1.5 years, and as it was presented, we had to develop a method to estimate the well-being of the citizens. So yes, how to tell it? It was a great challenge because nobody else hadn't done anything like that before. We, of course, before our project, we made literature research, like looked what and who and what has done something similar, and we found that we have in this point very good possibility to make something new out. And yes, if usually perhaps the research is more like process and we are oriented and enjoying the process, then in this project it was a very concrete aim and very concrete thing to do. So it's for the researchers who are thinking to apply for it. So it's going to be like really, like I think very much like applied research. So you need to be concentrated and be ready to put a lot of time there, I guess. And as well, from the other point of view, as it is so much like citizen-oriented and like new developments, definitely you need to as well show to the public what you have done. So be ready to also show something and to make the PR. So be ready for that. So I think more or less, I think I covered the ideas.
Okay, Martin, what would you like to add?
I
And
would
what's
like to
there for
continue.
the research? Why should they participate at all?
So for somebody from academia, reaching high technical readiness levels is a challenge because we basically have not done that before. And I actually had a question, but in your slides, very good point was that already think if you want to create a spin-off or collaborate with somebody from industry. And that's a very, very important question in the beginning. And in one of the last slides, you said that intellectual property belongs to the Finesse Center. So one thing to think about is what's the motivation of a researcher to come out of the comfort zone and to aim for a high TRL and then give away the intellectual property. So maybe that's something to think about for the Finesse Center. And in our case, in fact, we had the company we are now continuing to collaborate with was already involved in the process of writing the proposal. So maybe that's how it was reached. If you start involving somebody in the middle of the project, it might not work so well.
Okay, let's turn to the cities. You both already were on the stage and shortly described the kind of your experiences. So would you consider to kind of join also the next call? And if so, then why? Maybe you will start with Jaanus.
Yeah, sure. I think so, yeah. Of course, it has been interesting and challenging action, and why I think from city side the most important is that our partner is very competent, have very broad competencies in different areas. I mean, universities here, and this makes for us things much easier. From one hand, we can create or develop solutions which we can't do usually by ourselves, and such projects gives quite a flexibility also. You know, these development projects are also always challenging, and you need to change solutions, and conditions are changing, and so on. And in that sense, it's very interesting. It's very useful, and of course, in the final end. I, as a project manager, and my colleagues also who were involved in this project, got, I guess, we all got good knowledge in the field, in the technical field, and also in software side, for example, and so on. So there are many favorites of these projects, and yeah, I think we are definitely willing to continue this next project.
As for foreigners, then yes, Tartu is the second biggest city in Estonia, so they have much more capacity to do such kind of projects. But now we also have Võru. So how do you think? Would you take the journey again, or was it kind of too much? Nice experience once, but.
I think, in my opinion, we should definitely participate. Because Võru is a small town, and collaboration with academia and professionals, it's needed, and professionals, they see things different perspective, and soon you will see also differently. And if a city has problems and we can solve this by smart solutions, what comes out, then it's a really big change. And I think it raised awareness citizens and also in municipality and everybody. So we got all good income. It's quite difficult for us because we are so small and we have no experts, and to understand this all. But I think it's, of course, I would definitely participate, but the opinion comes from the head of the city. So.
Yeah, so I would also then ask from both cities, like we said, like we want 1 to 3 challenges from you. I know several cities have said that, okay, I don't know, how do we formulate? We have, I don't know, hundreds of things maybe we would need. So how to kind of really find out what could be the challenges to kind of put for the competition? Have you already thought about that?
Yeah, we are working every day on that, and we have many ideas, of course, what to do, and it's somewhat on scientists also. Scientists also want to collaborate with us in these topics, but what we see today, essentially, is very important topic or area is related to data management and to get off as much as possible from this data what we have already today, and this means also solutions integrated with EA, for example, and so on. So there are a lot of potential today we see, but we don't have, of course, knowledge on this very much, and also human resources, for example. And I think this is a field where we can cooperate with academia very well. And what we also see today, the world is moving to the sky. I mean, drones are coming more and more, and this is also, I guess, one field which is very weak at the moment in terms of regulations and practices and so on. And we see in this field also great potential to develop public services and also to offer additional or new services to public and businesses, and there are a lot of potential in these areas, and hope we can formulate some good ideas.
So how could Võru come up with this 1 to 3 challenges? Do you think it's easy to do, or?
Well, we'll see, I think. We'll see, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What has been the experience with working with the cities for the researchers? What would you recommend to other researchers? How to select those cities which to work with?
First, I would like to give a recommendation to the cities. Well, Jaanus mentioned that they have already data, and we had 2 partners, and Tartu had the data. so we could start working with it, doing some research, testing some of our ideas. So maybe if you think of your problems, also think, do you already have data to give to the researchers? Otherwise, we would have had to wait until we make all these public procurements, build a database, etc. So I think 1.5 or 2 years until we start getting data, and then we can start doing research. So when you think of your problems, think of already what you can give to the researchers. And suggestions for researchers.
Yeah, how to kind of select the cities, which to work with or which not to work.
Somehow test the motivation of the cities to collaborate, and maybe also assess the personal connections, or how well do you connect with the persons you are dealing with in the cities. And yeah, maybe.
Do you, Kristen, want to add?
Yes, I think the cooperation with the cities is very, very important, and especially in our well-being score case, it was very important, and we were very happy to have Narva as our partner, and it is important as well to have how to say them support from the city side, that there is somebody who is communicating with you and as well helping you to solve some issues and like working as a one team. So we had very good experience working with Narva. Yeah, because I mean you can just imagine if you have to carry out the experiments on Narva citizens, then it's quite difficult to communicate with them and to find them. So Narva was excellent partner, and as well from the sites how they set up their the problem and they were on board during whole the project. So perhaps in the selection of the city, perhaps to see whether they have located some person who is going to be with you, support you during the project time, and if they have enough power to do that. I think this is...
Mm-hmm. So that's even one reason why we now in this round 3 have this validation time for 3 to 4 months, so that you really, the research is working with the cities, find out that you just don't have the project manager, but really have the hands-on people in the team that know and are interested. And the vice versa, cities check the kind of see how the work goes with the researchers, if they are really listening to you or if they are just selling the technology they used to have. So try to see that you understand each other and that cooperation works. If it doesn't work during the 3 months, it wouldn't not work during 2 or 3 years. That's very obvious. Don't hope that it's as soon as we get the grant, it all starts to work smoothly. It doesn't, unfortunately. But if it works nicely, then you can trust that it works nicely. But probably we open the floor to the questions, either to me or either to the panelists. Do you have questions about the next round? Yes, there is one here.
Thank you. I have a question to Kalle and then to panelists. Do you plan any mentorship program or activity so that the old doers with a fresh hands-on experience could help the newer ones? And also to the panelists, like how much of your time would you be willing to contribute to the newcomers?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have initially planned that we kind of, I don't know, do some workshops or sessions during different phases when we asked the previous ones to really help them. But also already Martin managed to tell me that maybe we will do also some peering up with them, that they can, the new project managers can call or ask or involve the old project managers really to ask those hands-on questions. Okay, now I have this situation, what should I do? Because usually when they start the project, then they know everything goes very smoothly, it's all easy, we know how to do, don't tell us. So usually then they don't listen. But when it all comes on board, then they are interested. Okay, what do I do now?
Yes, I suggested it to Kalle half an hour ago. And the idea came during the lunch queue. So, but I think it's a very, very good idea and could be useful. So
but I don't know, how much would you be ready to put your time in that? That's another question, of course.
Well, some regular 1 hour meeting with between the mentor and the, what's the word, mentee, once a month should be doable.
Yeah, at least from our side as well, of course. And this is these projects are for whole Estonia in general, and not for only particular city. And in that sense, I think these topics all are very relevant, and everybody will win in the final end from these projects. And in that sense, I think it's 1, 2, 3 hours doesn't matter so much.
I don't know, Christian, how about you?
Oh, it's difficult to tell. It's it's quite busy time, I would say. But of course, if there are like some specific questions that I'm able to answer, of course, I'm willing to answer. What I still want to tell is that when researchers are planning the projects, then for our benefit is that we also, or what is important for us is the publications. So in the end, we have to have the application, but perhaps while making the project, and for very egoistic researcher side, you should also plan there somewhere, like when you're making literature reviews and so on, then also try to plan there some like publications. Okay, if I'm going to make this, perhaps I will have something also to publish during the project time or after the project time, because this is also important for us, for example.
But also keep in mind that it was one of the last things listed in the key performance indicator slide, and it was in like the 3rd level, not the first one, for Finance Center.
Any other questions?
What was mentioned there as well by Martin is that definitely we need to be more attractive in terms of IP. So it cannot be that we keep everything, and we have been more tailor-made as well. So there has to be some kind of negotiation in terms of IP, and the team needs to be motivated. Otherwise, it is like too complicated journey. And maybe we should have more kind of tailored approach in terms of publications as well. It's a bit maybe just managing the researchers' expectations, because we want to publish. We have very, very high KPIs in terms of publishing, and that's very important. But on the other hand, with pilots, we need to do some kind of hands-on stuff as well, and how to balance it. And maybe for cities, we have to say that we need to do publications as well as a main goal. And maybe for researchers, we need to say that because researchers anyway, they want to do publications, and maybe this is the viewpoint, but definitely it needs to be like a priority. And maybe we don't have to have like exactly the same approach, but yeah, we can have a discussion.
Well, Estonian research system is very project-based, and all researchers run as many projects in parallel as possible, and you can put them in acknowledgement. So formal fulfillment of this key performance indicator, if you are a successful researcher, might not be that big of a goal. And and one thing maybe what many researchers have not realized, that in their job contract, it says that everything what you do is intellectual property of the university. And now this is maybe the first projects when they realize that it is in their job contract. But it's a topic to think about.
Yes.
Kalle Kallio from Aalto and Finance Center. Just helping Kalle to clarify the process description you gave us in your slides. So it's really 1 year negotiation process before the project starts. So do the project people know at that time that they are doing 2 or 3 year project, or is it just after 2 years when there is this go, no go decision?
In reality, we expect them to propose it to us. We are not telling them. Of course, it may happen in some cases that they have proposed initially 2 years and we discuss it together and see that it makes more sense to be 3 years and vice versa. But initially, we expect the teams to propose what makes more sense in their case.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Matti.
Thank you. So Matti Hämäläinen from Forum Vene Helsinki. Quick question related to what you asked about your role and motivation towards doing this. So maybe to Kalle and Ralf. So is there a possibility for co-funding these pilots? So let's say if you put in 800,000 euros out of your own pocket, then can you get 50% of the results?
Why 50%? Meaning like initially if someone comes in with the money, meaning yes,
Correct.
the private players are also welcome, either than the, I don't know, real estate developers or something like that, some big campuses, for example.
Or cities.
Yeah, or cities if they are private cities. So meaning they can come on board, and if the challenge matches with the other cities, we can put them into one team, and then development will be done together, and yes, we can make it much bigger if they invest also something into the project. Or also a private company can come on board if they think that this could be their future product. So they add the investment and we develop it together, and they will become then the long-term commercial partner of the solution.
Thank you.
That's warmly welcome.
I wonder if they can also contribute with not just cash, but working hours or something like that. So for example, developing the front end.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they don't need to deliver the cash to us. They need to kind of cover their own costs. Yeah. Anything else? Or you are ready to participate in this round? I hope we see quite many of you on board, both cities and researchers, and really we as the center really open to hire new people. And our main motivation really to do those pilots is to get these, develop new solutions that stay alive, and we'll get more and more cities on board, and are really important for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that was a bit unexpected that we went all the time over the time, and now we are pretty much on the schedule. So sorry for that, but we have more time for networking now. So we can still stay here for some time, right until 5, and then there's quite many things going on in Friday evening in the city of Tallinn. So something was already mentioned. Some others are going for drinks, so we can somehow group up whoever wants to join. But let's discuss that in this format of networking what we have left. But thank you everybody. And thanks for online audience as well, and thanks for everybody for staying with us and coming here in person and in online as well, because no event is good without excellent audience what we had. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nobody's saying thanks to you, so I don't know.
The microphone, yeah. No, it's